Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Wednesday, January 25th, 2023 Council meeting. We will now call the meeting to order by starting with a moment of reflection, please. Thank you. The town of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and an ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community of Penetangwisheen. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Ram First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat nations also continue to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in the territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Young, second by Clark. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, January 25th, 2023 be received and adopted as amended to add as item 4E, Donna Heward, Director, Corporate Services, re-information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality grant funding agreement.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary?
Moved by Hutchison, second by Lavoie. Be it resolved that Rule 14.19A, as per the Consolidated Procedural Bylaw number 2017-165, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to go into closed session, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 3:05 p.m. to discuss litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, legal update, cannabis short-term rentals, personal matters about an identifiable individual, Heritage Committee applications, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality grant funding agreement.
All in favor? Opposed? Passed. Thank you very much. We'll see council all in closed session, and we should be back sometime between 5 and 5:30. Is he? Well, what? the
Your worship,
spelling
we're
correct?
live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 5:04 p.m. and report on the closed session items 4C, Robin Dunn, CAO, litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, legal update, cannabis short-term rentals. D, Derek Whitlib, Acting Director, Development Services, personal matters about an identifiable individual, Heritage Committee applications. E, Donna Heward, Director of Corporate Services, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality, grant funding agreement.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Madam Clerk, we have a motion for item A, please?
Item 4C, Your Worship.
4C,
Or
my
Mr.
apologies.
Mr. Mayor. Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence dated January 23, 2023, from David Ryder, Airden Bearless LLP, and confidential verbal information presented by Robin Dunn, CAO, Chris Williams, and David Ryder, Airden Bearless LLP, and Derek Whitlib, Acting Director, Development Services, litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, legal update, cannabis short-term rentals be received. That staff and legal counsel continue to proceed with prosecutions.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And may I have a motion for item 4D, Madam Clerk, emanating from closed session?
I wonder, Your Worship, if Mr. Whitlib would like to speak to this before the matter.
Okay.
The motion is read.
Mr. Whitlib?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, to council. The township has received a tremendous response to the application process for Heritage Committee membership, and staff are simply seeking council's direction to proceed with a selection process. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Hutchinson?
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, Mr. Whitlib, do we have a framework for the selection process? And if so, could you describe it to us, please?
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Hutchinson. I think part of that, in terms of the proposed structure of the selection panel, is outlined in the motion. Staff have previously interviewed Heritage Committee members and have a set of interview questions that we would like to carry forward. And it would be, much like a job application process. We would be looking for more information from the candidates in terms of their qualifications, a resume of sorts in support of their application.
And Mr. Whitlib, what is the interviewing panel? Who does it consist of?
Mr. Mayor, I believe Mr. Whitlib can speak to it, but a portion of that is outlined in the motion. Sorry.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Whitlib, or is that all for now?
That's all for now, Mayor Greenlaw.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, then I'll ask Madam Clerk, could I have the motion for item 4D, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence presented by Derek Whitlib, Acting Director, Development Services, personal matters about an identifiable individual, Heritage Committee applications be received. And that staff be directed to coordinate a hiring panel with Councillor Blank and Councillor Blank to conduct applicable interviews and report back to council. So we are looking to fill those blanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there any recommendations, or would council be comfortable if just the two people appointed to the Heritage Committee to sit on that hiring panel? Do we need to have a motion for that, Madam Clerk?
No. This will form the motion. So that staff be directed to coordinate a hiring panel with Councillor Hutchison and Councillor Shell to conduct applicable interviews with and report back to council.
Thank you. All in favor? Against? Carried. And item 4E, Madam Clerk, I have a motion for that emanating out of close, please.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the confidential agreement presented by Donna Hewitt, Director of Corporate Services, re information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality grant funding agreement be received, and that the mayor and staff and clerk be authorized to execute the agreement as presented. Mayor and staff be authorized to execute the agreement as presented.
All in favor? Against? It's carried. This takes us to item 5, minutes of councils and committee. Madam Clerk, may I have a motion for the minutes of the previous meetings under item 5A and 5B, please?
Moved by Bard, second by Clark. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of council meeting held on Wednesday, January 11, 2023, minutes of special council meeting held on Thursday, January 12, 2023, be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 6, recognitions of achievements. I see none on the agenda tonight, and public meetings, there are none. Takes us to item 8A, which is timed at 5:30. So, Madam Clerk, recommendations as to what we could maybe, can we go to reports of municipal officers, item 11A now?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
So,
excuse me, Mr. Mayor, before you go to 11A, just a query of Ms. Hewitt. Do you anticipate this taking longer than 20 minutes?
Oh, okay.
Perhaps 11B and C could be dealt with expeditiously, Mr. Mayor. I'm thinking 11A may be a longer time.
That is correct, Mr. Dunn.
okay. Then may we continue to 11B, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that CS 2023-03, Jeanette Teeter, Deputy Clerk, re Oro-Medonte Citizen, and Ontario Citizen of the Year Awards process be received and adopted, that the vote by mail process be implemented permanently.
Thank you. Thoughts or comments from any members of council? Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I always wondered why it was just one person, Citizen of the Year, or given the number of people in this community that are involved in making this a better community, but some are known, some are unknown, but I always wondered why it was just one as opposed to 5. But it's just a comment, that's all.
Okay.
So I don't,
Do you have any comment? Would you like to respond to that, Madam Clerk? I think it's because we do it every year, and it's to give it, maintain its high level of achievement, and it's a very special thing just to be nominated, even if you're not someone who receives it.
Oh, I understand, I get it's a tradition, but it's just something that perhaps can be shared by a number of people that are involved in making this a better community, that's all.
No, I appreciate that, and I think that's something we can consider for next year, if that's, if you're fine with that, Councillor Young?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you.
and Mr. Mayor, we may have to look into the provincial one as that is, I think, a one-person recommendation or nomination. You can be nominated, but I think it can only be awarded to one.
Okay.
But the township one, we can look into for sure.
Okay. Any more comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, it's carried. Motion carried. And now we are going to deal with item 11C. Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved at ES 2023-02, Robin Dunn, CAO, Municipal Services Corporation, MSC, council required execution of documents for MSC operationalization be received and adopted, and that the appropriate draft bylaw be brought forward on February the 8th, 2023, for the transfer of environmental services assets effective January 31st, 2023, and further that Robin Dunn, CAO/CEO of MSC, sees execute required documents as provided by Aird & Beerless LLP.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Madam Clerk, I guess we could go back and just so it's checked off, the identification from the public of an agenda item of interest. Is there any member of the public present or registered as to a particular item coming forward? I don't believe there is.
No, there is not.
Okay. Open forum. Madam Clerk, is there anyone registered for open forum?
There is no one registered for open forum.
Thank you. So
No, over here.
11A is going to take a bit.
13.
We have 15 minutes. Do we want to go to reports of municipal officers? Would that be?
Well, we've done some of them, but we can do item 13,
Okay.
reports of members of council.
Are there any reports of members of council? Councillor Lavoie?
Can't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. To council and to those listening and the members of the public, I had the pleasure of attending the Roma 2023 conference on this past weekend, January 22nd, 23rd, and on to the 24th. It was entitled Breaking New Ground, which indeed it is. There was record attendance at this Rural Ontario Municipalities Association meeting of 1,500. I have some main themes that I've taken out just for the benefit of reporting what people were talking about. Bill 23 was by far and away the most prevalent item that was under discussion. All four political party leaders gave speeches on the matter. Stephen Clark, the Minister for Housing, called development services charges runaway fees, and they're going. It's his intent to do a third-party audit of select municipal planning departments to determine how they spend their money. So there was no indication as to how they would select the municipalities, but it might be something that we'll hear more of in the future. And the provincial government indicates they are processing MCRs and OPs as quickly as possible, because many of the municipalities indicated that not having their MCRs and OPs approved was standing in the way of their ability to take steps forward in Bill 23. The leaders of the other parties were fairly critical of the current government, as that should be no surprise. Municipalities, I think overall, their impression I got listening to their CAOs and other parties speaking on their behalf, are trying to figure out the impacts and also how to work out their budgets going forward, particularly for this year. What's clear is that the existing ratepayers, the residential ratepayers, will continue to pay for the municipal budgets and the items, plus the offloaded items from development service charges. Broadband was probably the second most prevalent issue. Premier Ford indicated that all of Ontario will be done by the end of 2023. The federal government says by the end of 2025, but of course they're covering a much larger jurisdiction and much more isolated territories. And the municipalities are saying that both schedules are behind schedule, so I think that might come as no surprise to members of the public. The third most important issue, and I think it's very much on everybody's radar, is the Indigenous relations matter. And the prevalent recommendation coming from Indigenous leaders and from those municipalities who have engaged the Indigenous community was that to involve your treaty rights holder, so identify the treaty rights holder, and then to commence negotiations for a memorandum of understanding. Housing was another very big issue. It sort of broke down into about 6 subjects, one of which was precarity. So it's kind of the notion that there are a lot of people who are on the bubble, either by way of interest rate increases on their mortgages or because of inflation are a threat of losing their home. Affordability, which is now sort of being defined as that which a working person can afford to live in. What was interesting about this is that a number of municipalities reported their employees leaving their employ to move further north because housing was more affordable. So they saw that as a major impediment to holding employee or human resources. There was the issue of attainability, which is similar to affordability. There was subsidized and social housing discussed, and homelessness was discussed to a great degree. And it's important to realize that the rates of homelessness are higher in rural areas than they are in urban areas. The total number of homeless people is greater in urban areas, but the rates are higher in rural areas. With that went a lot of discussion about addiction and how to house people in those situations, and the general feeling was that the federal government has the resources, the province has the jurisdictions, but the municipality has the problem. Healthcare, another big issue because of what's perceived to be chronic underfunding. Paramedic response in urban areas is 4 minutes. Paramedic response in rural areas is 20 minutes. There is a loss of nurses, paramedics, and lab personnel as they're leaking out of the system. But however, there's a rapid accreditation process underway for foreign-trained nurses, paramedics, and other professionals to replace them in the healthcare sector. This led to a discussion about the current model for governance between the province and the municipalities, and the current model is one of hub and spoke. So the hub of it is basically Toronto, Ottawa, Hamilton, let's say, and we're all spokes. And the rural communities are asking that the government reconsider how they apportion resources and do it more in a network manner so that the resources are located further afield and that everybody gets a more balanced response and equal share of the resources. The other thing is that the rural areas are looking more like urban areas in age and financial demographics, in particular because of the urban flight that took place through the lockdown period of COVID, and because of the rapid house price acceleration in rural areas, and a couple of the rural areas reported rate increases of over 80% in the last 2 years. So this was a very key issue in terms of affordability. And we, certainly unless we increase the number of homes, that's not going to get better. Short-term rentals was a large item as well. Several communities reported some of their undertakings. Tiny Township, which has recently instituted a licensing program with the target of only issuing 300 licenses, currently has 450 short-term rentals. Tiny is literally a tiny township, and it has not a lot of residents or houses as well. So that's a major loss to their residential inventory, which of course is an issue for them. The town of Blue Mountains, who's been licensing since 2008, reports that they have 350 licenses issued and another 300 short-term rentals operating without licenses. And they also report that this interferes with their ability to provide long-term rentals and attainable housing. Prince Edward County has 1,500 licenses issued, and of course, I think as we know, Prince Edward County is a highly tourist-oriented community. There was a lot of discussion on how to attract developers, particularly in the residential sector, because we all going to be competing for those developers, presumably, where we have development targets that have been imposed by the provincial government. And there were concerns for loss of farmland and watershed protection. So I think the only message I get is that all of these townships, rural townships, face considerable challenges based on these criteria or these issues, and I think it's important for us all, if it's ever been important, to pull together and work towards a common cause, and hopefully we'll be able to do that going forward. And thank you very much for the opportunity to report.
Thank you, Councillor Lavoie, or Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Very good report, a lot, and I appreciate the detail you gave. Madam Clerk, well, first of all, is there any other reports from members of council that they'd like to make at this time? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, I see our 5:30 deputation, Mr. Hughes, is here. Is it okay if we bring Mr. Hughes forward to give the deputation now?
He is timed for 5:30, so we do have time for announcements if we would like to do that first. Sure. And I believe Mr. Hughes has somebody with him, a partner with him as well, who will be attending via Zoom.
Okay, well, we'll definitely move to, so you would like to deal with item 14 now? Announcements?
Yes. Yes.
Yep, thank you. Do any members of council have announcements that they'd like to make? Whoa. Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Yes, I'd like to announce that in Ward 1, Sweetwater Park, the Sugarbush community is having their Family Day celebration on February the 20th. And if anybody has ever gone to that, it's actually a fantastic family day where there's skating, food trucks, they've got wagon rides, and they have their famous cardboard toboggan races. So I'd encourage anybody to go to the park on Family Day. It's a really fantastic event. It's organized by the members of the community, and I do believe this year the township has given them a hand in their organization. So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson, and I concur with your comments. I've attended it in the past, and that community really comes together, and they put an amazing event on. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, just an announcement. There's a group of individuals in the Shaney Bay community that are raising funds for supporting a public access AED in Shaney Bay. I know we've had other communities in Oro-Medonte who have been successful in achieving that and having AEDs put in public places. As we've seen in the news recently, it's really important to have access to an AED in the event of a cardiac arrest. It changes the survivability of a heart attack significantly to the tune of 20% all the way up to 80%. So it's really worthwhile cause, and I really congratulate the members of the community who are putting this initiative forward. So if you need any more information, please feel free to reach out to me, and I can put you in touch with the appropriate contacts.
Perfect, thank you very much. Just a question, like, does the group, do they have a website or that people can donate through,
To the best of my knowledge, not yet, but I would say they're about 75% to their goal, so we're just looking to cross that finish line, but if you reach out to me, I can provide any more information that's needed to get in touch with them.
Perfect, thank you. Any more announcements? Seeing none, Madam Clerk has I believe it's, is Miss Wilson been able to join us by Zoom yet?
I do not see her in
Okay.
the waiting room, but Mr. Hughes is ready to set up and present. We are not sure that Ms. Wilson will make it.
Okay, no, that's fine. So, you know, Mr. Hughes, you can take, do we want to take a 2-minute break, or are you
She
ready?
is here right now.
Oh, okay, no.
Yep, Ms.
perfect.
Wilson is.
Oh, we'll wait until, you can, Mr. Hughes, you can go ahead and set up and come to the podium if you'd like.
Who's going to be running the PowerPoint? Is he here now?
I believe it, Mr. Hughes, it's up. I think he's running it from his office. He's virtual. So,
I don't know what Jason is saying. Oh, I couldn't see her. Oh, okay. Perfect. I can't see her for
Well,
some.
thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing me this evening. I
couldn't see.
am here because of, like you, when you get elected to council, you find out there are a number of things that you anticipate that comes with the position of an elected official, and then you find out that there are a number of things that you didn't anticipate when you decided to run for office, and then you find out there are things that you have an obligation to follow through in when you're not in office anymore. And so I'm here on behalf of one of those obligations that's been a long tradition in Oro-Medonte, and that has to do with a relationship between the council and the former councilors in relation to the African Church. The last June, on June the 22nd, I have the report here. There was a motion that was passed by council of the day that had to do with the terms of reference in regards to the Oro African Church. And in regards to that, there was a township responsibility, and I don't know that you have that report right now, and I don't think it's necessary, but the one at this point, the one item that is significant is says it will provide regular communications and updates to council and stakeholders in the terms of reference that were endorsed by council. And so that's one of the things that I'm here is to sort of do a review of what led to that, just for knowing that a number of your members are new to council and may not be aware of that. And on the eve of Black History Month, it's very important that we not miss that window of opportunity to be able to bring that to the forefront. Certainly the media usually looks towards Oro-Medonte with the significant happenings around the African Church to do some stories and bring that to the attention of the public. I would note that Carolyn Wilson is a longtime descendant of the blacks from the African Church. As you may or may not know, a large number of the blacks who were in Oro-Medonte at one time, a lot of their migration went from Oro-Medonte towards the Collingwood area. And they went there mainly because there were jobs in the shipyards and there were jobs on the railway. So you'll find a large number of the descendants. However, there's been a really significant connection with that group to the church, and they have been connected for, I would say, way back when Oro Township, probably close to the 1900s in that area. So the thing is that the Oro African Church is a National Historic Site, and unlike I want to back up with Carolyn Wilson. Sorry. Carolyn Wilson was going to be here. She said she would be here if the weather would allow her to be here. And I think the answer is pretty obvious as to why she's not here in person.
Mr. Hughes, she is actually online.
She's online.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Carolyn. So the Oro-African Church is a National Historic Site, and unlike countries in the United States, the federal government assumed responsibilities for National Historic Sites. But in Canada, that is not the case. The fact that the building itself is one of the last of remaining of its kind has been a result of the efforts of the community volunteers with the support of councils, a relationship that achieved the National Historic designation. So it was really a resident that was on the history committee at the time that was also a historian that was able to work with the descendants and do a lot of into the research that achieved the status of this being a National Historic Site. And a number of people are sort of really don't clearly understand why it was declared a National Historic Site. It's not the building itself that's a National Historic Site. It's what that building stands for that is the reason it's a National Historic Site. But the common ingredients for saving and advancing the church and it becoming a National Historic Site has been the work between volunteers, stakeholders, and a lot of them you will see have been joined by previous council members and supported by the council on every front. If we could have the next slide, please. I think this slide sort of lets you understand that particularly to the Black community, there's a significant attachment to this site. There's a sense of reverence whenever they come to the site. There's a sense of connecting, and it's really something that they have had that attachment to, and they do regular visitations. And so Carolyn Wilson also is connected with the Sheffield Museum. They also have strong connections back and forth, and these sites are linked. Next slide. Okay. Now, just as a notion of history, the reason the Blacks are in this area, and some other people as well, had to do with the War of 1812. The church and the cemetery may well have existed prior to 1849, when you consider it was a War of 1812, and it would be around 1814 that the things that were occurring. That would be a thing that would be natural to suggest has happened. However, in 1941, the church would have disappeared had it not been for the Women's Institute that was supported by both township and county councils. And the reason that the church was saved had to do with a relationship that existed between the people with different nationalities, where they bounded together in a common cause in terms of saving, really actually ensuring that Canada would remain a country as opposed to being part of the United States. The deteriorating condition of the church led to the County of Simcoe, particularly the Clowes Women's Institute, who did a lot of initiation with that, to do that. But the Clowes Women's Institute and the Council of the Day really saw this as a larger issue, and the representative on County Council of the day went to County Council, and the County Council formed a committee when they took this building. I should see the state of it. And what occurred from that was that in 1948, repairs and upgrades were there to save the building, but the key part was to have this building as a functional building. And from the time that upgrade has taken place, there have been events in that church. There have been church services. There have been, the church has been open to the public constantly. And there have been services like even weddings, visitations, special events. And the council of the day and the community maintained the building. And one of the things that they found, just for the involvement of the councilors, was that the floor was replaced, and when they took the floor out, they found the names of councilors actually inscribed on the back, where they had gone and done the physical work themselves to the church. And they are always an integral part of that. And even the boards on the outside over the years had to be changed, and the maintenance of the church, the roof, was always kept up. The community was an integral part of that, and council, of course, was very supportive to that whole thing. Now, one of the things that happened that was very striking, if we could have the next slide, please, Sean. In the 1980s, one of the things that enraged the community is the picture that you see, where a youth decided to drive a dump truck into the church. And at that time, there would have been good reason for the church to have disappeared from the landscape. I can tell you one thing, the news went around Oro-Medonte like you would not believe in terms of outrage. And I can also tell you that that church was back in its former state before the week was out. And that was done by council members themselves showing up and members of the community showing up to restore that church. That's how much value that they saw. And so the response to the vandalism in particular was an indication not just of the building itself, but it was sort of a strike against everything that that building and that site stood for. Now, what happened then after the church became a National Historic Site, the council of the days, there was an anticipation that there needed to be more done. Certainly an interpretive center or something of that nature was anticipated. And so the council picked up actually a total of 5 acres. They did it in 2 steps. One was on the basis of 1 acre originally, and then they added more acreage. And the acreage was there because it was, as I said, it was anticipated that more would happen on that site, and particularly there would be enhancements by the stakeholders. But one of the key things that is lacking at the site in terms of being able to have events there is parking, because there really is no parking anywhere else for events to be held. And if you looked at the design of the land that was picked up, you will see that that a parking lot was with a turnaround section was definitely there. Then we'll go forward to 2014, where staff brought a report to council and indicated that the church was on the verge of collapse. What had happened was that the county had done an excellent job in the township of refurbishing the building and keeping it up. But in order to keep the walls from going out on the side with the snow load, they stretched 2 cables across the top beams. And because of the roof being leaking, there was dry rot, and staff discovered that one of the cables had pulled right through the top beam, and there was another one that was on the verge of doing the very same thing, and the snow load would have caused that to collapse. Now, when it came to this, of course, was an urgent matter, and having a National Historic Site boarded up and closed isn't exactly something that would be the sort of message that has been going on for generations throughout the township. So the council of the day did not have the financial resources to be able to deal with the $72,000 that was reported at that time to bring the church up to standard.
Mr. Hughes, can I just one second, if you don't mind? I just want to get permission from council that, because we have a 10-minute limitation, we've gone 13.
My understanding is this is a presentation.
Okay.
So you can get permission should you choose.
No, but I just so that I stay within procedure, was it a deputation or a presentation, Madam Clerk?
I believe it was a deputation.
Yeah. Well, all I'm asking for is if I get consent from council to go an extra 5 minutes.
I don't know whether I can do it in 5 because I was anticipating it was I will do my best.
Okay, thank you. Is everyone in agreement with that? I think this is very important that we understand this is a big part of, and there's a big storyline behind this. But you know what? I don't want to limit you, Mr. Hughes. So, but as quickly as you can do it, great, and we'll give leniency. Okay.
Thank you. So in short, you saw history report itself. However, this time when went over to we used some stakeholders and some staff member, and when county council saw the urgency of the need, they offered a $72,000 interest-free loan to be paid back whenever it could be. And the council of the day determined that they will only accept the $72,000 loan if there was a fundraising program in order to do that. And so right away, the fundraising program was set up. The media certainly, and this shows you the importance of capitalizing on Black History Month, because that's when it occurred. The media jumped in and helped. And what happened was reached $140,000 very quickly, had to cut the fundraising off. And in addition to that, the grants that came in from a number of areas were phenomenal. And the community also rallied, and they donated things in work, materials, and times. And I could say that well over, if you totaled up all the effort that was put into this, it came to well over $200,000. And I believe that the amount of money that is still in the bank from that, held by the township, is about $40,000. So there certainly was a job there to do that. So fast forward then to spring of 2017, there was an opening. And you can see, to get an idea of the number of people that attended that opening, it was phenomenal. The group of children that you see in front here are actually from Uganda. There were people who came from the United States, came right across Canada to the opening, as did a number of the donations. And so after the church was revamped and the story was beginning, and this is what really brings me here, is it says that our story continues. Another chapter begins. The church, once it was reopened, and up until staff and everyone was in place, it was open, and people would come along, and they would either ask to have events there, or they would ask to see inside the church, or tours were there, and a number of things that took place. And one of the unique ones that occurred was actually was a wedding ceremony that took place in the church. And so where we are now is that at the opening, I just want to, this is the important part of history I believe that we need to understand, is if you look at the group of people who were at the opening, you'll see quite a number of people. You'll see First Nations people there. You will certainly see Blacks. You will certainly see the Gray and Simcoe Foresters. You'll see a number of people. And this is really the group that worked together and with the British government as well in order to hold off the Americans during the War of 1812. So although it's the African church that's there to focus on, this is part of a much, much larger picture. And I think it's important that everyone understand that, because in part of the commitments and the opportunities that could come from this, I wanted to give you the bigger picture of how everything fits together. Sean, I don't know whether you're able to get to the map, and if so, if you're able to put the map on Oro-Medonte, or a cursor on Oro-Medonte. I think everyone knows where it is on the map. But the key issue in the whole picture of defending what was British North America at the time happened to be travel on the water by ship. And the harbor at Penetang was absolutely critical to defending that. And when the Americans attacked in 1812, they did so because the British were occupied in a war with France. And the United States thought it was opportunistic and would be easy to expand into taking over British North America. What held them off was the group that you saw, certainly the Blacks, the First Nation people, the Simcoe Gray Foresters, and the British troops held them off. And what happened that stopped the war was the British stopped the British ended their war with France, and rather than fighting on Upper Canada area or British North America, what the British did is they attacked the United States, and you probably heard about the burning of the White House. That's when that took place, and the national anthem that grew out of that from the United States. The United States thought it was more important to defend their own country, and they withdrew from Canada. However, what happened was the British government realized that this could happen again, and the last time they weren't prepared, so they set up a network in the event that there was attack. They knew the routes the Americans may well took, and they strategically located the people who had joined together with the British to defend against the Americans. And if you look at the main center point in Oro-Medonte, everything comes together there. First of all, the First Nations were a really integral part of that, and there were reserves that were set up, and if you plotted the reserves and the locations of where they were set up, you will find out that all of them are on a potential invasion path that the Americans would well take from the United States to get the Penetang machine. And I'll just if you look over where Ottawa is, surprisingly, the Monk Road, I'm sure a number of you have traveled that, that actually was a military road that was set up to go from Ottawa all the way to the harbor and Penetang machine. The Rideau Canal was set up to supply Fort Henry and Kingston. The blacks were settled in Oro-Medonte because there was a direct route from Toronto up to Lake Simcoe, and the black settlement area was intended to go all the way from Lake Simcoe all the way to Penetang machine. It was a farming community, and it was the first place in the known world that land grants were given out to people regardless of their ethnic background. So that was a key point designated there. In addition to the blacks being located on the what we call now the Penetang Machine Road area, there was also half-pay officers, and those half-pay officers, you probably know the name O'Brien and Ross, and those were given large tracts of land. So the idea was there would be blacks, there would be British half-pay officers as commanders, there would be the local militia. But a very integral part as well was the First Nations group that a lot of people may not be aware of. There's a church also associated as St. George's up around the 11th line in what was Medonte. And that it was the British half-pay officer who was located there was Elm Steele, who happened to be the father of Sir Sam Steele. Elm Steele was a naval officer, and the notion was to have a commander who also could, with naval experience in the event that there were excursions on Georgian Bay. But intricate with that, you will notice that the Monk Road goes through Rama, where there are First Nation people, but the area in particular where Elm Steele was happened to be Kahagwa, which was the largest Aboriginal or First Nation settlement in the whole area. Matter of fact, Champlain stayed there for the winter. So all those defenses were set up. So when we get to the African church and the potential that can evolve from the African church, if it's a focal point, it's well known, but the notion of using a springboard to be able to present the whole picture and to increase tourism and increase the pride in Oro-Medonte and its heritage is there in terms of being able to tell the story and the connections that I've outlined for you from that site so that people may want to look further. Okay, so the point was after the church was restored, the lieutenant governor who attended the opening had some things to say about that. That's on this slide, and the words are so important to capitalize on this unique site. It's a story celebrating strengths and contributions of people of different ethnic backgrounds for our nation. Now, so what has happened is that there's concerns coming, saying, so what's going to happen now in terms of Black history? Is anything planned? I'm not sure. My phone rang because I was an integral part of this, and I indicated that I would do a deputation because of the importance of it rather than sending a letter. So the key issue right now that is involved is that there isn't a agreement with the Freedom Institute in the township of Oro-Medonte, and there's an anticipation that stakeholders would be built within that group. But the key issue now is the notion that if the church does not continue to be accessible to the public, and there are not events there, it could well disappear from the landscape. So the notion, what I'm here started to point out of how important that is, and it would be really important for the township during Black History Month to give one of the indications in the report was that there would be a regular communication and updates to councils and stakeholders. If that could happen during February, during Black History Month, that would be great. The other aspect is that in adding people to this group to assist the Oral Freedom Group, there is certainly an interest within the community in terms of assisting, and there are certainly grants available. If you look at the models, for example, that occurred around Banding House, you look at Fort Willow, all of the grants and things that can occur to assist that group would be there. There is a support out within the community. It's a matter of encouraging the township through the order through the terms of reference to connect and hopefully ensure that there is no gap between the events at the African Church and the public being accessible, and also hopefully the movement in terms of the parking lot and ensuring that whatever might need to take place inside the African Church itself, so that groups could use it, so that can take place. And there are a couple of other slides that I'll just let Sean just show them quickly to give an idea of the connection, the significance the province holds for this site. And another, just a sideline that shows how history repeats itself. A number of you people may be familiar with what was known as the radar site of the Edgar Occupational Center. Just like back in 1812 when there was a military presence needed in this part of the world, there was another repeating itself. That site was built by the RCAF. It was part of it was the Pine Line. It was part of the Dew Line, as they called it. That was during the Cold War, so the United States would have any warnings if Russia was coming to attack them. They set up a number of radar stations, and it just happened that this, once again, hundreds of years later, becomes another focal point in a very similar issue. And the other slide is an indication of some of the resources that have been available. For example, the Blacks who were in Vaughan got a grant that amounted to almost $90,000 that helped with the restoration of the church. So there's all kinds of interest out there. I'm just wanting to, the reason I'm here is just to sort of update the members of council who may like to have an update. And secondly, to stress the importance of not allowing a gap to occur and to make you aware that there are people out in the community that are willing and ready to assist if they're contacted. So thank you. I'm sorry about taking so long, and if you have any questions, I'm prepared to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Any questions from council? Councillor Young?
Mr. Hughes, I'm just looking at the very last line, number 14. It says update on nonprofit group formation and request of council through staff report. I'm trying to understand what is the language here. I know you abbreviated a lot of this for purposes of the deputation, but do I interpret that you're seeking funding to ensure that it stays there? You mentioned the parking lot sort of thing, but is that what that line means? That is to remind council that it's important that this be funded if necessary. Is that correct?
I think the notion is that, as I said, that the most important thing is whatever volunteer groups have been successful with the African Church, it's only been because that the council has been supportive. And that may be financially supportive, it may be communications, it may be whatever. I think that if you read the terms of reference, that will flesh that out better for you. There, as I said, there are I believe there's about $40,000 in the excess funds now, and the intent of the last council was that the need to utilize those funds in terms of having a parking lot and making the church so that it could continue to be accessible.
Just to follow up, I wasn't being critical of that.
I know, yes.
I just didn't understand the language. It's kind of cryptic to me.
Yes.
Anyways, you'd understand, but I wouldn't. Just one more question, if I may, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
What, there was another note. Listen, I know that the radar penetrating radar was done some years ago on which was suspected as the graveyard at the back. Has that been changed today? I mean, in light of the what's happening with the native residential schools, is there any thought process of bringing that checking again? Because my understanding it was sort of negative at that time. Nothing was able to be located.
Actually, there's been a number of studies done. I believe one group was paid $10,000 to do the radar penetrating, and that was the one thing that council may. Just if I can back up on that, there was a history committee that the council once had, and that's maybe something that council may want to look at again, because that was a facilitator. The history committee asked council of the day to get the ground penetrating done. It was done thoroughly throughout the whole area, and it was done once again with the several times, and they were unable to determine any grave sites. And quite frankly, the first group after the were submitted their bill of $10,000 indicated that they felt that the site was so old that it probably couldn't pick it up anyway. So that has been done thoroughly, not only within the site, the actual 1 acre site, but beyond it as well.
I just have one more question. The blacks settled on, I believe it was a second line. They were given grants on the second line there.
Actually, it was more the first line.
The first line, okay. Sorry, yeah, you're quite correct about that. It was.
No, that's.
Oh, so I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Has any archaeological digs been done on the farms where they had their properties? But, you know, farms always in those days, of course, they had a garbage dump on them someplace in the bush or whatever sort of thing. But, and then my thought is that they would not have had much to dispose of sort of thing. But I suspect it's been considered at one point.
Actually, your question about settling on the first line was sort of a good one. That was the intent. A number of them moved to the second line because the soil was poor, and they, at the same time, one of the requirements in order for you to be able to retain a lot of land that you had to cut a road in front of it. And so what they did is, instead of settling, mainly they found the soil was poor in the area on the first line, so a number of them moved over to the second line, so they had a neighbor across the road to help them cut the road through. And if you also see the first line doesn't go all the way through. The blacks really did move around in the area, and actually they didn't. They didn't sort of congregate as one group, distinct group on themselves. They were throughout a different parts. So there certainly, if you looked into the number of artifacts that the township has, a number of them have been collected from not doing archaeological digs, but a number of people who had them. For example, there was another cemetery somewhere else. There's a couple of tombstones from there. And I guess that's the issue, that in terms of having an interpretive center and the kind of things, the number of resources that are available and not on display are significant.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Any other questions? Madam Clerk, just is Miss Wilson, was she wanting to speak to this matter briefly, or do you know if she's online still?
She is still online, so we can ask Ms. Wilson if she'd like to speak.
Miss Wilson, do you have anything else to add at this point?
Thank Mr. Hughes and council members for listening. I am willing to help or support in any way there to help with the work. And perhaps a friends group or something of the oral group would be beneficial. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. That's fine for now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Hughes, thank you very much for all the detail, and this is a very important part of this township. But I think it's important to notice also that, or recognize the fact that this is the storyline and the history goes far outside of just this township. So it is something very important and dear to many of our hearts. I would ask maybe if Sean, could you maybe bring some comments forward as to how we move forward with this and in comparison to the agreements we have with the current nonprofit that we're working with?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to council. As Mr. Hughes alluded to, we do have an existing terms of reference with the Oral Freedom Institute that formed a not-for-profit organization that really looked to do three things: to document and tell the story of the African Church, to look at a plan for the management of the site, and the third one was future site development, things like the parking area and other amenities that may be required to support those first two objectives. That group is really just in the state of infancy. The township's role, as you can see, has really been a role of stewardship, and we do need a long-term plan for both the preservation of the church, a National Historic Site, as well as the promotion. And that's really the intent of that group, is to work with our stakeholders in laying out a plan of action. So the terms of reference really just outlines the objectives, the guiding principles, those things that we would want to have in place with any organization that is working collaboratively with the township, but those plans of action have yet to be put in place. So really, in terms of next steps, I think to involve additional stakeholders, and that's certainly what the Oral Freedom Institute has been doing, to reach out to stakeholders, to descendants, to local historians, and that would be part of each one of those three objectives. So the resolution that has been drafted before you is to receive the presentation, to coordinate that collaboration, and then to work through what those specific work plans would look like. And we've been having and continue to have discussion with the Freedom Institute about that. If there's an opportunity for a separate group, we don't want groups working at cross purposes, but again, in terms of reference would essentially outline what that group would be working on. So at this point, until there's additional information, that's the resolution that is before you.
Thank you, Mr. Ben. Any further questions?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Not a question, but just a comment. I hear everything about the African Church, but I don't hear anybody comment or talk about the end of the railway, which was down at the Girl Guide camp, was where the blacks were brought in, if I'm not mistaken. There may be somebody else in the room here that knows a bit more about that than I do. Harry?
Well, I think at the Girl Guide camp, that was more the white settlers that came in. If you went down to the Girl Guide camp, you'll find out the yacht club is there, and that was a harbor. And if you went down there to find out, there was actually a tunnel dug from that harbor underneath that house that's there. And a lot of the settlers who came into, at that time, those supplies were brought in, and that was a sheltered area. Any of you who have tried to bring your boat in off the lake and during the wind would appreciate that, why they wanted that sheltered area to get there. And that was a flow of a lot of the settlers. The Scots in particular wanted to go directly to the north to remind them of the hills. There were certainly different groups of people that came in through that source. The Blacks, I believe, you see, the Blacks really were already in Upper Canada, and because they fought in the War of 1812, and they would be probably have other military ways of getting there. But that is a significant historic site.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. I just had been told at one point in time that was the end of the Underground Railway for the Blacks coming in. So, anyway.
If I could add one comment, that the Underground Railway is one thing you want to watch. People talk about the Underground Railway in different time frames. If you look at the Underground Railway, the Blacks came to Oro-Medonte before the formal, I'll call it the formal Underground Railway was there. However, some of them that came later may have been part of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? I want to thank you, Mr. Hughes, for coming and giving us such an in-depth background on the church, so we have a better understanding. And it is an important part to this council and this township, and we will continue to support it as best as possible. So you and Ms. Wilson, thank you for making yourselves available tonight. And I would ask Madam Clerk, could we have the motion for this item, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Lavoie, be it resolved that the deputation by Harry Hughes and Carolyn Wilson Oro-African Church initiatives be received, that section 14.80 of the procedural bylaw number 2017-165 be waived, that the presenters be encouraged to work with the Oro Freedom Institute to review opportunities for collaboration, and that the presenters develop a draft terms of reference for the proposed Friends of the Oro-African Church for future consideration.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Okay, so Madam Clerk, this brings us to our second deputation, Mr. Jamie Robinson, if you're available now, who's representing on partner HSBC Planning, Urban Design and Landscape, and Architect, RE County Official Plan Amendment number 7. I apologize for the 30-minute delay, but you know, I know you've sat through longer delays.
Certainly. Thank you, Worship and members of council. I'm here this evening just to provide a brief presentation on a brief request related to County Official Plan Amendment number 7 and a request that's come down from the ministry. So specifically, I'm going to identify for you why I'm here, and then I'm going to identify my requests of council. There's sort of a 1A and a 1B if you're not in favor of 1A. And then finally, I'll provide a little bit of brief justification on why I'm making the request today. So first off, why I'm here. The province on December, and the Minister of Municipal Affairs on December 12th sent a letter to mayors in Simcoe County asking municipalities, or advising that they're undertaking a review of County Official Plan Amendment 7, which was the official plan amendment that implements the first phase of the county's Municipal Comprehensive Review, or MCR, which is a fancy word for growth management study. So there's a second phase to that to come, which is really which municipalities need settlement area growth, and where is that to occur. That's what the phase 2 is. Part of this letter that the province provided is basically asking municipal councils the question right now: are there lands that you think adjacent to your settlement areas where you should have an expanded settlement area to help facilitate these new bills and legislation we've passed, which is encouraging more housing? So they basically put that question to councils right now without them going through that big exercise of identifying where settlement area boundary expansion should occur. They basically point blank ask the questions to municipalities ahead of time. So is it a unique process in terms of planning? Extremely unique, something we've never really seen before, but it's a potential opportunity. So that's why I'm here tonight, is because that opportunity's presented itself. And I'm asking you to consider a minor settlement area boundary expansion of one property, a really rounding out of an existing settlement area, if you will. So my ask of you, council, is first, if you're inclined, would be to support this request. We will be making a request ourselves to the ministry. There is an ERO posting, or environmental registry posting, where private individuals can make the request specifically. So we will be doing that, but we're also asking that council make that request as well. And the request is specifically to a property that abuts the Shaney Bay settlement area. And it's included, if you click on the attachment or the link, it's a map's provided there. And I'll provide you with the justification in a second. The second request, or the 1B, if you're not inclined I specifically identify this property as a location to expand the settlement area, it would be really just to open the door and say, Minister, we're not sure yet where we'd like to expand settlement area boundaries, but we'd like to have that discussion with you, or we'd like the opportunity to discuss that with you. So if you're not comfortable identifying this specific property, then I'd like you to make the request to say, we'd like to open the door. We need some time to study the matter, and then we'll respond to you with the areas we'd like to expand. So that would be the sort of 1B request. The reason why I think it's appropriate for this specific property, there's 3 reasons why. First, it's unique in that it's surrounded on the south side by shoreline residential properties that are in the shoreline residential designation abutting Lake Simcoe. It's surrounded by the north to properties that are in, or a property that's within the settlement area designation. That's the Pickavett subdivision. It's being currently developed as a subdivision. So it's the only property on the southwest side of the intersection of Ridge Road and the third line that isn't designated for residential purposes. It's a small property, but it's sort of it's on the edge of the donut, if you will, that it just doesn't, it's got an agricultural rural designation, or rural designation and agricultural rural zoning. So I would submit to you that the permitted uses under the current designation are less compatible than if this were brought into the settlement area. That the more compatible use with the surrounding properties would be for residential purposes, as opposed if this property were used for agricultural purposes, which is an as of right permission based on the current policy framework. So to me, it's more compatible with those nearby shoreline residential properties and properties to the north that are designated residential. So that's really the specific reasons. And from a big picture perspective, it's really inconsequential in the grand growth management scheme for the county. Like, we're talking about a very small property, could be a couple of lots and that's it, but it's really inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. So the overall impact is, I think, very limited. But from a compatibility perspective, it makes sense. So those are the specific reasons why. So Your Worship and members of council, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to do my best to try to answer those, but that concludes my presentation, and I think you've clear on my 2 asks. The first one is, if you would support us in recommending to the minister that these lands be brought into a settlement area, and specifically they'd be brought into the county official plan settlement area first, and then the township would update their plan accordingly. Or secondly, have that door open, have staff prepare correspondence to the minister that identifies that you're open to having that discussion, or you'd like to have that discussion in the future. So thank you, Your Worship and members of council. And if you would like to consider a resolution or motion, I could help provide some language to that effect as well.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Is there any questions from members of council? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much to you, Mr. Robinson. What is the acreage or hectare area of this land?
It's just under 10 acres.
Thank you.
Okay. Just to give a little background, I think what we're doing, I would like to ask Mr. Whitlip, could you explain how we deal with matters such as this? Because I know there's a time frame if we can get an extension, because we had a number of comments and come in during our official plan review, and is it best that we encompass all the ones that we're looking for similar relief versus one at this point in time?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, and thank you to Mr. Robinson for the presentation. I think Jamie characterized it as unique, and he's certainly correct in that nature. I appreciate the request, and as the mayor indicated, there were a number of similar requests, varying size properties, different locations, different settlement areas that the township has received, particularly through the official plan review and update process that concluded in October of last year. So from staff's perspective, this certainly does provide an opportunity to revisit some of those requests, because during that growth management process, the terms associated with that did not allow us to contemplate expansions to settlement areas. There were and continue to remain provisions in the provincial policy statement for minor rounding out and adjustments to settlement area boundaries, but some of those requests were beyond that scope on the surface. So in light of this current request, in light of the December 12th letter from the minister, which creates this unique circumstance, it's staff's opinion that it would be appropriate to revisit all of the requests that were received for adjustments to settlement area boundaries and examine them and weigh them in a comprehensive manner. But to do that would take more time than is afforded by the February 3rd ERO response deadline. So what staff would suggest is something akin to what I think Jamie Robinson described as his suggestion 1B, would be to ask the province for more time to comprehensively consider the matter and give all this request and others fair and equal consideration through such a process.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlib. Any further questions? Councillor Clark?
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for providing that background, Mr. Whitlib. I think it's important for all of us to acknowledge that, you know, we are in a housing crisis, and it's important for us to look at alternatives. This is, as Mr. Robinson pointed out, we've never done this before from a planning perspective, so it's important to take our time, and I think the 1B alternative that Mr. Whitlib is recommending makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I concur with Councillor Clark. I think the one thing that we all support is consistency. So whatever we do, we want to make sure we're consistent across the township. I thank you very much for coming here tonight, Mr. Robinson, because I think you've brought something forward that we need to go back to the province and ask for a little more time so we can submit everything as one whole. And I'd imagine have you already submitted through county or through the province your application?
Your Worship, I was waiting. The ERO posting ends on February 2nd or February 3rd, so I was waiting to see what happened tonight so that I could refer to the discussion that occurred tonight and where council was going. But I can tell you what I anticipate from other North Simcoe municipalities, because I am their planning consultant, a few of them, and they are going down the same path as your option 1B that you're going today. So you're consistent with what other municipality, what I anticipate they will do. They have council meetings next week, but the recommendation is pretty consistent for those municipalities. So
thank you very much. Once again, Madam Clerk, well, first I want to thank you, and I apologize for the delay.
Oh, that's no problem.
And Madam Clerk, do you have a motion regarding this matter, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Hutchison. Whereas the deputation presented by Jamie Robinson, partner, MHBC Planning, Urban Design and Landscape Architecture, County of Simcoe Official Plan Amendment Number 7, 1685 Ridge Road West, inclusion in the Shanty Bay settlement area be received. And whereas that section 14.00 of the procedural bylaw be waived, and whereas the correspondence dated December 12th, 2022, from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing invites feedback from municipalities by February 3rd, 2023, on growth matters, including further settlement area boundary delineations with respect to Simcoe County Official Plan Amendment Number 7. And whereas the township has received multiple requests for settlement area boundary adjustments during the course of the township's official plan review. And whereas it is appropriate that all of the settlement area boundary adjustments requested be reviewed and consistently considered comprehensively in context to the minister's letter. Now therefore be it resolved that the township submit comments to the province before the February 3rd, 2023 deadline under the mayor's signature, requesting additional time to comprehensively review and assess potential settlement area boundary delineations.
All in favor? Opposed? Passed? Thank
Okay.
you. And thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Worship Council. Appreciate it.
Okay, so that concludes 8. So, Madam Clerk, I'm just, as we navigate through this, is it okay if I move now to item 11A, reports of municipal officers, Jennifer Whitley, Economic Development Communications?
Yeah.
And before the motion is brought forward, do you want the motion now, and then Ms. Whitley, is she going to speak to this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will read the motion first.
Thank you.
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that CS 2023-04, Jennifer Whitley, Economic Development Communications Advisor, Economic Development 2022 Accomplishments and Draft 2023 to 2027 Economic Development Strategies be received and adopted. That the draft 2023 to 2027 Economic Development Strategy update be approved, and that staff share the strategy with stakeholders, businesses, and the Oro-Medonte community. That staff report back with the 2023 work plan.
Thank you. Ms. Whitley, whenever you're ready, if you'd like to proceed.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and the public. I thank you for this opportunity. The report was provided and includes some background information from 2022, as well as a spreadsheet with the economic development work plan and accomplishments. But I wanted to start out tonight by sharing a short presentation to visually showcase some of the accomplishments from 2022. So if you can just give me 1 second, I'm going to share my screen. So I just want to confirm, sorry, because I can't see everyone now, that you can now see my screen with the Economic Development 2022 Accomplishments slideshow?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. So just want to touch base on each of the goals. So goal 1 was to champion improved access to key infrastructure. So we continued our advocacy and support for internet expansion projects. There were several that took place across the township, including a project with Rogers in the Bass Lake area and along the Horseshoe Valley Road corridor, as well as Bell's continued expansion through the SWIFT funding program. We are currently waiting for further information and details based on the Infrastructure Ontario announcement made last summer that they will connect every corner of the province by the end of 2025, and that new projects will be coming forth in the near future, with the contract for Oro-Medonte or the Simcoe County area going to Rogers. We continue to work on addressing existing barriers for development, working internally on processes and ongoing communications. We have participated in the official plan review and online application updates that are now available for development services. We continue to work with external partners and stakeholders on ongoing concerns we hear from the business community, including workforce and labor challenges, and finding appropriate land for future developments. are focused on developing and promoting Oro-Medonte as a premier four-season destination. Council and the Economic Development Roundtable recommended since the onset of the pandemic for the township staff to put additional focus on support to the tourism sector. As we all know, this sector was greatly impacted during that time frame. We continue to work closely with our partners and provide business support, product development, and management of Oro-Medonte as a destination. In July of 2022, the Tourism Action Plan was completed and presented to Council. The document is posted to the township's website and has been shared with tourism stakeholders. This has been a guiding document for the township's role and support to the tourism sector and will continue to be over the next 3 years. We had some great success in 2022, applying for approximately 10 funding programs of varying amounts and project types, securing an additional 200,000 plus to support tourism, product development, marketing campaigns, content development, wayfinding signs, implementation, and overall support to the outcomes and recommendations of the Tourism Action Plan. We continue to work very closely with Orillia and Lake Country Tourism as our destination marketing organization. The township provides the content to the organization along with our local businesses and the messaging to support tourism in the township. Lake Country then shares the information on their website and through their various marketing campaigns. In 2022, Lake Country supported the Oro-Medonte agritourism experiences and our producers with a dedicated landing page on their website, providing fresh content and new videos, further promoting Oro-Medonte as a rural destination with unique on-farm experiences. Together, with Lake Country as the lead, we worked on welcoming various media into the township, arranging visits to local businesses, which equaled great exposure for the township, including a feature with Explore Ontario this past fall that had over 75,000 real views on Instagram, and a partnership with Destination Ontario that provided national and international recognition of Oro-Medonte and the Globe and Mail's annual Hidden Gems Canada Travel Guide as a top undiscovered destination in the spring of 2022. These are just a few examples of our partnerships. In collaboration with Lake Country and the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce, we submitted for funding through the RTO7 programs for a partnership to visit local businesses and capture high-resolution images and video. We then share this content and provide images to the businesses for their use for advertising, which is something they would not be able to do on their own. We visited over 30 businesses and locations within Oro-Medonte last year. Included in your deck is a sample of some of the videos we've been working on. You will find these videos on our YouTube channel and posted to social media throughout the year. Next up is a brand new video that's just being released, first for your eyes, to showcase Oro-Medonte and why people love to live, work, and play here. We're excited to share this video with our partners. So these are just some of the visuals of the blog stories and content that is built on the Lake Country website. And again, some of the social media content that is shared and boosted through advertising dollars for events, business opportunities, experiences, and packages that are available in the township. We continue to remind people living and working and playing in Oro-Medonte to shop local and support our local businesses. These are just some of the examples that we share through our social media channels. We work closely with the Chamber of Commerce to support their annual events and activities throughout the year. In 2022, we were successful in getting funding from the My Main Street program that was specifically to support Main Street focused initiatives. We came up with a public art project that's called the Art Trees of Oro-Medonte. We received $40,000 from My Main Street and additional funding from our tourism partners of approximately $5,000 to support the digital marketing campaigns and video production. We were able to hire a part-time contract coordinator specifically for this project, and we were able to work with the local company to design and fabricate the 7 trees, and 8 local artists participated in this project. There are locations at 7 local businesses in Craighurst, plus additional businesses that have benefited from this ongoing marketing campaign. We had local media coverage, blog stories, social media posts, encouraging residents and visitors to dine, shop, and explore Craighurst and the Oro-Medonte area. We were nominated for the 2022 Orillia Regional Arts and Heritage Award for events in arts and culture. This was a very exciting project that we are looking forward to expanding on in 2023. Destination management. The wayfinding strategy was approved in 2021 based on available funding. We have begun the implementation of this strategy in a phased approach. This is based on available budgets and funding opportunities and working closely with our internal departments. Wayfinding signs are currently being fabricated and some will be installed in the spring of 2023. And most recently, we've installed 2 new gateway signs into the township. This provides a more welcoming entrance, but also awareness of Oro-Medonte as a destination. We hope to continue these opportunities in the future. And goal 4, to provide a supportive environment for entrepreneurs to start, maintain, and grow in the township of Oro-Medonte. We continue to communicate business events and opportunities provided through our partners, such as the Ask an Expert series. In addition, we share workforce development opportunities, funding announcements, and various business-related opportunities. We continue our advocacy for small business needs, including better internet connections and the importance of this to small and home-based businesses. We do our best to try and provide a concierge service to navigate the township departments and continuing to work closely with the Chamber of Commerce and their hosting of events and opportunities for businesses. In 2023, we will continue to work collaboratively with our internal township departments and maintaining our external partnerships, while continuing to ensure Oro-Medonte is a great place to live, work, and play for residents, businesses, and visitors. That is the end of the presentation, and I will just flip back to the regular screen. And I have a bit of a continued update with regard to the economic development strategy update. So providing a bit of background, we have been referring to and using the current 2018 or 2022 strategy as our guide for economic development focuses, including the development of our annual work plans. This was the second economic development strategy that was developed for the township. It was identified as a goal in the corporate strategy in 2021, the need for an update, and given timing of the current strategy going into 2022, we knew this was going to be a focus. Last spring, we completed an engagement process. We worked in partnership with Lakehead University that included support from an intern as well as a professor. The Orillia Area CDC provided facilitation of our focus group sessions, and we collected responses from the public through surveys. Consideration was given to the data and the feedback collected through the Tourism Action Plan process. For the final stages of development of the updated strategy, we worked with a consultant who has previous work experience with OMAFRA, so the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. In addition, she had past knowledge and experience from working on the 2018-2022 strategy through her previous role with OMAFRA. This provided consistency and synergy to carry forward. All relevant data and past strategies were reviewed to create the recommendations and a draft strategy for 2023 to 2027. The Economic Development Roundtable was involved and reviewed draft documents. It was also shared internally with Development Services, Operations and Community Service Departments for their feedback. Included in the Council report is the draft strategy, Schedule 2. That document includes some of the background information that we received, including the benefits of operating a business in Oro-Medonte. This was based on survey responses and what we heard through the focus groups. There's also a demographic overview. The data was pulled from census, which came through the analyst program that the township had access to through the Ministry of. The township's website, under the business tab, community profile, in case you're looking for more data, has linked to the Oro-Medonte data profile that was provided through the County of Simcoe, as well as a link to Townfolio, which is a third-party website that shares data through a free access program for municipalities. There is an overview of the insights from the community, including residents sharing the importance of economic development activities aligning with the needs of the community, noting the importance of retaining Oro-Medonte's rural character. This consideration has been given for the types of tourism development and messaging for the promotion of tourism, working closely with our partners to share messaging that represents the township. The key sectors are agriculture, manufacturing, construction, and tourism. There is a table that outlines the total jobs per sector with NAICS codes. As you can see from this chart, tourism is a broad description that includes multiple codes, including the arts and entertainment sector, recreation, accommodation, and food services. The review of all this data and input resulted in the updated recommended goals for 2023-2027 in order of priority based on the feedback. So the 4 goals are infrastructure to champion improved access to key infrastructure such as internet and natural gas, tourism development, develop and promote Oro-Medonte as a premier 4-season tourism destination, provide a supportive business environment, and address barriers to sustainable development. Included in the draft is the recommended objectives and actions to go along with these goals. This updated plan will enable us as staff to create our annual work plan. The past strategy has been extremely beneficial in backup resources for grant and funding applications over the last several years. This strategy will give council, as well as the community, our businesses, and our partners awareness of the focus of economic development in the township and where corporate staff time will be allocated. We look forward to continuing to work with our partners internally and externally and continuing to collaborate and support economic development in the township going forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Whitley. Council, does anyone have questions for Ms. Whitley? Councillor Schell.
Yes, through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Jennifer. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you very much. I like the colors, liked everything that was covered in there. But the one question that's always been in my mind is, back in the day, Horseshoe Valley and Mount St. Louis ski resorts were were in Medonte Township. Since the amalgamation, now everybody's together. But Mount St. Louis seems to be getting missed. I don't understand that. I didn't see it at all in any of that presentation, but I did see Horseshoe there quite a number of times. And considering that Horseshoe Valley is a corporately owned company, and Mount St. Louis is a family-owned company, family-owned members. They support the community. They are a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and Horseshoe Valley is not a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Can you tell me why Mount St. Louis keeps getting missed?
Through you, Your Worship, over to Councillor Schell. I can definitely try and answer that. That's definitely not the impression that we want to give. I would say that we work quite closely with both. Maybe there's a bit more visually shown of Horseshoe Valley because it is a year-round operation. So there may be more visuals from that perspective. But when we're doing blogs, when we're working on any of the content for the area, as a ski destination, it would include the 3 ski resorts, actually, not just the 2. And we try to find an equal balance with each of them. I'd be happy to give you some links also to some blogs and content that we've worked on with Lake Country, some video footage, photos, etc. We have content for each one of them. So apologies that may be coming across, but that's definitely not something that we're not balancing.
Thank you, Ms. Whitley, for that clarification and answer. Any other questions by members of council? Seeing none, I want to first thank you, Jennifer. That was an amazing report. And I want to thank you for all the great work and partnerships and initiatives that you've worked hard on over the years. And I know we anticipate great expectations down the road as you continue to evolve and develop our awareness, not just within but outside the municipality. So thank you very much, and you can actually go home now, lucky you. But sorry, my apologies. Don't leave yet. Mr. Young has. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Anyways, thank you very much, Jennifer, and Madam Clerk, you've read the motion. No one needs it read again, I don't think. Do you? Do you remember? All in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. That now will take us, correct me if I'm wrong, can we go directly now to 12A? Madam Clerk, reports of municipal officers.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So
Mr. Mayor, MPAC is part of this presentation, and they have been waiting quite some time. So Ms. Morrow has asked if they can be advanced first and do their presentation. Okay.
Absolutely. You may go ahead whenever you're ready.
IT, if you could please advance MPAC.
Good evening. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Nicola France, and I'm account manager with MPAC and with municipal and stakeholder relations. Also on the call today, I do have Lynn Cunningham, the regional manager. I'd like to first take a minute to congratulate all council members on their elections. I look forward to working with you throughout 2023 and beyond. Whether you're a newly elected or seasoned elected official, please know that we are here to help, and we have a whole municipal and stakeholder relations team who can answer any questions you may have. At MPAC, we are Ontario's property experts. Our job is to assess and classify more than 5.5 million properties across Ontario worth a combined value of more than $3 trillion. In the past year, Ontario has grown by approximately 45,000 new residential homes, and in 2022, we added more than $37 billion to Ontario's assessment rolls. Every municipality uses our assessments to make informed decisions about their community, including the distribution of property taxes. Ontario's property tax system and these assessments generate approximately $30 billion in tax revenue annually. There are 4 key players in Ontario's property assessment and taxation system, and all have a different role and interest in this process. The provincial government, specifically the Ministry of Finance, is responsible for setting assessment and taxation legislation as well as policies. They also determine the education property tax rate. There is also an independent body that adjudicates appeals of MPAC's assessed values, the Assessment Review Board. This also falls under jurisdiction of the province. MPAC is an independent, not-for-profit corporation funded by all Ontario municipalities. Our role is to accurately assess and classify all properties in Ontario. We do this in compliance with the Assessment Act and regulations set by the Government of Ontario. We are accountable to the province, municipalities, and property taxpayers of Ontario through a board of directors that is comprised of provincial, municipal, and taxpayer representatives appointed by the Minister of Finance. And municipalities determine their budget requirements, set tax rates, and collect property taxes to pay for municipal services such as police, fire, roads, and many others. Municipalities use MPAC's assessments and the established tax rates to distribute their tax requirement to ratepayers. And finally, the property owners, they pay the property tax bill and help set market value through ongoing property purchases and sales. As you can imagine, maintaining Ontario's property database is very important. Property data is continuously updated so that municipal records are accurate when our municipal stakeholders are making important tax decisions. Maintaining Ontario's property database includes inspecting and assessing new construction, additions, and renovations promptly, responding to property owner inquiries, and working to help them understand their assessment. Supporting municipalities through ongoing support, offering Municipal Connect, where our municipal stakeholders can obtain the primary source of assessment-related information, and working collaboratively on projects that are important to you, like digital building permitting. We have important statutory duties, such as handling requests for reconsideration and maintaining people data by tracking school support for over 5.5 million properties. Monitoring the market and assessing newly built and renovated properties are things we do every day to keep our property data current. We also periodically update every single property assessment in Ontario based on the same legislated valuation date. We call this an assessment update or a reassessment. The valuation date for most recent assessment update, which took effect in 2017, was January 1st of 2016. This is when we determined what every single property in Ontario could have reasonably sold for in its current state and condition at a particular point in time. Regular revaluation of properties ensures that assessments stay up to date and similar properties of similar value in the same municipality pay similar property taxes. Provincial legislation determines when MPAC conducts each province-wide assessment update and sets the valuation date for each update cycle. The reassessment that was scheduled to occur in 2020 was postponed by the province to provide stability and certainty to Ontarians and to enable municipalities to focus on responding to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, property assessments continue to be based on a legislated valuation date of January 1st, 2016. MPAC continues to maintain and update the assessment roll to reflect changes such as new construction and improvements to properties. For new buildings or structures, MPAC determines the value as of January 1st, 2016 to ensure equity when comparing to existing properties. Ontario's property tax system is based on everyone paying their portion of what it costs to deliver community services. To do this, all properties are assigned a value at a common valuation date, as noted on the prior slide. This is a principle called current value assessment. This is the price a property might reasonably be expected to sell for if sold by a willing seller to a willing buyer after appropriate time and exposure on an open market. Let's talk briefly about valuation. In Ontario, there are 3 industry-wide standardized approaches to valuing properties. The first of these approaches is the direct comparison approach, and this valuation approach is used primarily for residential properties, condos, and vacant land. With this approach, we analyze recent sales of comparable properties that were sold for a similar or identical use as the property to be valued, provide an indication of value. It's also important that only valid open market transactions are used in this analysis. When we're looking at the valuation of a residential home, although our analysis tool considers over 200 factors, the above 5 factors make up approximately 85% of a typical home's value. These include location, lot dimensions, exterior square footage, quality of construction of the home, and age of the property, which gets adjusted for any major renovations or additions that have occurred. The next is the income approach. This approach is used for industrial malls, large medical and dental buildings, office buildings, shopping centers, and large sports stadiums. In income-producing properties, the ability to earn revenue is directly tied to its current value. To value these properties, we need to determine how much revenue it could generate, as well as the sale price. To clarify, it's not the revenue being generated by the occupant, but rather the rent that the occupant is paying to the landlord that we use to value properties using the income approach. This method requires a detailed analysis of the income expenses, both for the property being valued and other similar properties, to determine how much income a property could be expected to generate if sold on the open market. Those 2 factors generate a capitalization rate that helps us determine the property's assessed value. Lastly is the cost approach, and it is typically used for general purpose industrial properties, small retail, gravel pits, and warehousing, just to name a few. This approach is used when a property type is unique and rarely sold on the open market, as we cannot rely on either the direct comparison or income approaches to determine its current value due to lack of data. The cost approach is a 3-step process. First, we calculate the cost of replacing buildings, structures, or other accessible fixtures on the land. Then we apply a deduction for depreciation on all structures due to age, as well as any functional or economic adjustment, if there are conditions impacting the value of that property. And finally, we determine the value of the land and add it to the building calculations to produce an overall valuation. So what draws our attention to a property? It's typically one of the following things: a market sale, a request from the municipality or a property owner, a building permit activity, a request for reconsideration or appeal. MPAC's role is to take building permits and plans and turn them into assessment. Our municipal stakeholders rely on MPAC assessments to levy property tax. The sooner MPAC can deliver assessment, the sooner our municipal stakeholders can realize the new revenue. Every year, MPAC processes on average 300,000 building permits for new development or renovation. We are the only organization with a data set of all building permits in Ontario. Our understanding of this data gives us a unique perspective on ways to modernize its collection and exchange to support our municipal partners. Here are some insights based on the data we have captured. In 2021, Ontario saw more than 48,000 new residential homes constructed, with just under 50% being detached homes. Did you know that condos are getting smaller, but detached homes are getting bigger? Ontario condominiums are 35% smaller on average than they were 25 years ago, while the average detached home is 25% larger. In the 1990s, the average condominium in Ontario peaked at approximately 1,100 square feet, and the most recent MPAC data shows the average condo today is about 700 square feet. In comparison, a single-family detached homes were approximately 2,000 square feet in the mid-90s, and today a typical single-family home is around 2,500 square feet. After we assess a property or change in assessment, we mail the property owner a property assessment notice. Sometimes property owners do not agree with our assessed value. A property owner might contact you to let you know they disagree with our assessment, but it's important to remember that property assessments are not taxation. If you do get an inquiry, you can help us by asking the property owner a few questions. First would be if they could have sold their property on January 1st, 2016 for the assessed value. Next, if they visited About My Property to review the information MPAC has on file regarding their property to ensure it's correct. And third, if they used About My Property to conduct a comparable research on assessment values in their area. And lastly, if a property owner still disagrees with their assessment, they have the option to file a request for reconsideration, and we'll review it free of charge. There is also an ability to file an appeal with the Assessment Review Board. And the fastest way to start a review is by filing an RFR, or request for reconsideration, on About My Property. And property owners can also file on the mpac.ca website. Let's spend a moment to address the relationship between property taxes and assessment. Assessments distribute taxes, they do not determine the taxes paid. When a province-wide assessment update occurs, the most important factor is not how much the assessed value of a property has changed, but rather how the assessed value has changed relative to the average change in the class in that community. This concept is explained in a recent MPAC toolkit that was shared with municipalities. In anticipation of the next province-wide reassessment, we have implemented a strategy to address misconceptions about the relationship between assessed value and taxation, including resources for municipalities that will ensure when an announcement is made, we're ready with the support you need. This digital toolkit is available on mpac.ca and can help municipalities, including yourself, elected officials, mitigate misinformation and provide support and resources to educate and inform property owners. In the digital toolkit, you can find a new video how property taxes are calculated based on the assessed value of your home. It is a great video, which I highly recommend you take the 3 minutes to watch. And thanks for having me here today. If not already, make sure you subscribe to our In Touch, our monthly municipal e-newsletter, which can be done through mpac.ca. We also have a library of digital resources available. So please be sure to reach out to myself, your local MPAC account representative, at any time if you have questions or if you're looking for resources. And I just have our contact information here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Does anyone have any questions for Nicole or Lynn at this time? Councillor Schell.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Nicole. I'm sure I'm not the first one to ask this question, but if you have an assessment review, does that mean you're going to have it decreased or is it going to increase?
So when the provincial government announces a new assessment date, then we'll use that assessment date to reassess all properties in Ontario based off of that date. So that is based on the market and what sale prices have been shown in the market.
That sounded like a political answer. Thank you.
Councillor Clark?
Is there any indication that you've seen that we're going to change our legislative assessment date from January 1st, 2016 to reflect new market values?
We are still waiting from the provincial government to find out of that date, so we do not know at the moment.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yes, thank you very much for an excellent presentation. Do you have an obligation under the mandate of MPAC to visit each property? Because I think one of the things that happens fairly frequently is that people do a lot of renovations and work in their houses without building permits. Their house sits on the market, they own it for 10 or 15 years or 20 years. It's worth, or appraised at, $500,000 and then sells for $2.5 million. So I think that occurs pretty frequently in our township. So I'm just wondering if there's any kind of obligation for physical visits?
So we do not visit every property during a reassessment, but there are triggers that do lead us to review and inspect properties. And one of those triggers is a sale. So we do sale valuation or sale validation, and we do review each sale that has occurred. And we go out to each property and speak to property owners and do an inspection if needed to make sure our data is accurate and up to date. Other ways that we could go out and that trigger us to do inspections are building permits, requests from municipalities, requests from property owners, and we do neighborhood reviews as well, which leads us to going out and doing inspections of homes as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none. Nicole, thank you very much for your presentation. And you've answered everyone's questions very well, and it is very informative. Council, just so you know, what we'll do is after each of the sections, we will ask questions, but the motion won't be read until we'll do it in the entirety at the end. Okay, so Madam Clerk, would Nellie Morrow like to come forward at this time, please?
Mr. Mayor, Nellie will be presenting in person.
Whenever you're ready. Thank you, Ms. Morrow.
I'm a little short, so you won't be able to see me over this podium, but I will be bringing up my presentation. And I'm just sharing my screen now. One moment. Okay.
I'm just checking with IT that they can hear you.
I think you can all see my screen. So good evening, everyone. Tonight I'm here to present you with Introduction to Municipal Budgeting. It's a very high-level review of our budgeting process for us and many municipalities. So just briefly here, I've got sort of an overview of what we're going to talk about. Basically, we're going to just look at a quick overview, some key terms, the importance of budgeting, budget steps, the major points of operating versus capital budget, funding for budgets and monitoring budgets, as well as legislation and policy, and our timeline here for our budgets here at Oro-Medonte. So in our overview here, just want to say that operating a municipality is very similar to running $1 million business. Here at the township, the service we provide is services to our public and programs for the public to allow our residents to have a quality of life. Also, I will be providing you this presentation at the end so that you can have it for your reading later this evening. But also, our budget is a financial plan that outlines the expectations of our revenues and expenses for a specific period of time. The budget process serves as a tool to set priorities and make decisions about how to allocate resources to different programs and services. Some of the key terms that you will probably see a lot during our budget deliberation and overall through our reporting of financial information. Some of the key terms is capital assets, which I also like to refer to as TCA, tangible capital assets, which include our infrastructure, buildings, machinery and equipment, and such. Infrastructure is our capital assets that deliver essential public services to commercial, industrial, and for residential activity. The infrastructure gap, which many municipalities are dealing with currently, is the value of the current infrastructure relative to the value of infrastructure that is needed. Reserves, my favorite conversation. So reserves is an allocation of the amount of funds that is not restricted by bylaws or legislation and can be specific to projects that are of nature prescribed by managed by approval of council. I hope I said that. It's a lot of words. Reserve funds, although, are more restrictive, and they're like, we call them obligatory reserves, such things as development charges. So the importance of budgeting. Budgeting is very important, and it's very much similar to how we all deal with our own pocketbooks at home. Budget ensures that there are enough resources to provide the necessary services to residents and to allocate those resources in a way that is fair and responsible. It is a key tool in building trust and confidence, as well as transparency and accountability. By publicly disclosing the municipal budget and the processes, it allows residents to see how their tax dollars are being used. It is important to maintain financial stability as it helps anticipate the plan for future expenses and revenues, and it allows the municipality to identify any potential imbalances or shortages. Steps in budgeting. We work pretty much on budget all year long. And the way we do that is staff is monitoring actual to budget at least monthly. And so budget is very important, and we're always tracking that. In August, we start deliberating amongst staff and collaborating for budget in the next 2 years. Planning includes staff collecting information and collaborating to identify the needs and priorities of the community programs and services. Forecasting we do as well, so we establish costs as they are ever changing, and materials and supplies and contract services. Preparation, creating the budget, which starts in August, and we outline in that budget the expectations of those revenues and expenses that we foresee coming in the future. Presentation and adoption. This involves presenting the draft budget to council, which is coming soon to you, for review and approval and formal adoption. So the two main components of a budget is operating versus capital. Operating budget is the plan for the day-to-day operations of the township and includes costs of the essential services that we provide, such as fire, environmental, and public works, as well as other programs and services such as parks and recreation and community development. The operating budget is largely funded by tax dollars, whereas the capital budget is an annual plan for the purchases of the township, the township's capital assets, including infrastructure and equipment, as well as capital projects such as roads, bridges, trails, etc. The capital budget is mainly funded by reserves. We will be providing a detailed operating capital budget package during our council deliberation of the budget. The funding sources. The funding sources that the municipality have, or the resources the municipality have to fund our budgets. The main one is, of course, property taxes, which you just received a very wonderful overview of how our property taxes work. We also have grants from federal and provincial governments, such as the federal gas tax, or OSIF, which is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and OMPF, which is the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. We also have user fees. Here at the township and many others, they have a fees and charges bylaw, which governs the fees that the township charges our residents. We also have, again, reserves and reserve funds, and debt financing, which is not a revenue source per se, but allows for funding for the municipality to cover its capital costs. So, budget drivers and monitoring. Some of the resources staff use as budget drivers and during the budget process include many of our plans, such as the asset management plan, strategic plan, official plans, parks and recreation, master plans, etc. Each department regularly reviews activities and plans for the year ahead. Municipal staff considers many factors while planning and monitoring their budgets, including the past year's actual spending, if there is a need to adjust the budget, any new projects that require financing, potential new staffing requirements, new equipment like computers, phones, etc. The municipality is required by law to balance its budget, which we do, and the township can do this in either one, increasing its revenue streams through raising property taxes and fees, or managing expenses by reducing costs of programs and services. Legislation and policy. So the legislation that we have to follow through the Municipal Act, there's quite a few sections of the Act, 289, 290, 291, which require the municipality to follow certain legislation, one mainly being the yearly budget. And us here at the Township of Oro-Medonte follow a multi-year budget process. Earlier I mentioned that debt is part of a budget process as well. There is legislation for that too, which requires the township to not exceed 25% of its own sourced revenue. Beyond the Municipal Act, municipalities must comply with General Accounting Principles, GAAP, set by the Public Sector Accounting Board, PSAB. We have several policies here at the township that we follow. One, as I mentioned, was the multi-year budget and reporting policy, but we also have corporate fleet management policies and procurement policies, which are used as tools for promoting service excellence and building sustainability. Challenges in sourcing fleet replacement and securing and obtaining the best possible market prices for road, bridges, and other infrastructure in our current environment has resulted in the need for the township to start the tender process as soon as possible. Sean will be presenting after me and will be detailing some of that information in more detail. The procurement policy requires that once the tender process is completed, a report must be presented to council for consideration and approval. So, budget timelines. This is a breakdown of our anticipated budget timeline. March 8th, we should be expected to receive an external partner budget presentation. There will be like an executive summary as well as an overview of our 23-24 budget. March 9th, we should have our 23-24 capital and operating detailed packages delivered to council. And the 14th and 15th has been slated for our budget presentation to you. 2023-2024 budget open house we are looking forward to on March 16th. And our final hopeful approval of the formal adoption of our budget will be March 29th. This last presentation slide, once I give you that presentation, does provide you with some great links from one of our partners, MFOA, which is the Municipal Finance Officers Association. Each one of these links give you a really nice detailed description of how municipalities budget, as well as some development charges knowledge, asset management, and again, reserves and reserve funds. I really encourage you to hit those links once you receive my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Council, any questions for Nellie? Mr. Clark?
Just, surprise. Just a quick maybe status update. Do we know how close the township is to its ARL limit?
Actually, I was just researching that now. Unfortunately, because our FIR hasn't been published yet, that is provided to us from the Municipal Housing Authorities, and we haven't received that yet. I can tell you that we are well below our ALR based on historical information that I do have.
Okay. If I could ask one more, I'm more used to a single year budgeting process. Do we have an understanding of why a multi-year is a preferred approach?
Last year is the first year that we adopted the multi-year budgeting process. I would say that the multi-year, what it does allow us to do, especially in this procurement environment that we're currently in, it does allow us to have direction on where we're going to be going with the services that we're providing, as well as the types of items that we're going to need to provide those services. So we can then foresee what we're going to need. And by getting your approval to proceed with that allows us to take advantage of early tendering and basic planning so we can do it quicker.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just follow up to Councillor Clark.
Yes, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Clark. The other piece of that process, Councillor, includes a recalibration process. So there is a check-in with Council as we conclude year one and we're moving into year two. But the heavy lift from a budget development and planning, and as Ms. Morrow indicated, trying to take advantage of opportunities for efficiencies with tendering is underway, but there is a check-in with Council, and she's correct. It was year 1 and 2 that was undertaken with the first plan the last cycle. Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask Nellie to go back to slide 13 for one moment. Ms. Morrow, there was one other thing that's important for Council. Nellie scampered over March the 16th, and staff, having heard a number of comments from the community and Mr. Mayor, from you and Council, we were preparing for an open house at the Council chambers the afternoon and the evening of March the 16th. What we would have is some storyboards and an opportunity, should members of Council wish to pose some questions, we'll field those and be in a position to then summarize any of those comments and bring them back to Council. That's a new cycle, our new step in our budget cycle, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Dunn. I think that's a great initiative, showing that we are engaging the public before we ratify the budget. I think that's good, responsible governance. Ms. Morrow, would you know how much of the budget funding is funded by residential property tax?
I'm sorry. So basically, residential property tax is what? Are you saying capital? Did you say? Sorry.
No, like of all the tax, like of our tax funding, our budget fund that comes into the township, how much is from residential property tax? My understanding was it was 94% a year ago. Is it?
Well, we're currently going to be providing you that for our detailed budget deliberation, but it is very close to what it was last year.
Okay. And just what is the estimated loss of revenue coming because of the Bill 23 and the development surcharge discount from?
Well, actually, Bill 23, we did do a bit of a presentation last council. We provided you with some information. And as we work through each section of that, because our development charges bylaw does not expire until actually October of 2024, there's many sections of that just we do not have to fall under, and so we won't be seeing any reduction in revenue in the 23 and likely 24 year as a result of Bill 23. And many of the properties that were affected by that bill aren't properties that we currently in Oro-Medonte service. So in that too, there's going to be little revenue lost in that respect. Of course, that could change. And so what we do, we're just going to continue to monitor it. And we have partners that help us monitor that, as well as our consultant, to make sure that we're dealing with that. And it'll be a big ticket item when we have our DC study come in 2024. We will be already starting to think about that in 23 and get our consultants ready to provide us that.
No, perfect. It's great news that we won't be as maybe heavily hit as some other municipalities, definitely. Any other questions for Ms. Morrow? Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Thank you, Nellie. You mentioned with regards to setting the property taxes, that they're set once the budget is approved and adopted, but and because I'm new to this process, through the ratification of the budget, are we given some indication as to where we will be landing on property taxes, if there would be an increase or not prior to approval?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, of course, that is a big component of the budget to illustrate to you how it is going to affect our residents. We usually do provide what the average resident home would have an increase in, and based on their assessed value, the average assessed value for the township of Oro-Medonte. So absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to you, Nellie, thank you for the presentation. I guess there's just a couple of other issues of potential instability in the budget, and I think Mr. Binns will probably also comment on that, but the municipal comprehensive review and the official plan, do they factor into the budget in any significant way?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, of course. Like, all of our plans are part of the creation of our budget. We have to look at what our plans, because there's objectives and strategies in those plans, so they do affect what our services and programs that we are going to provide to the township. So absolutely they do.
So to follow up on that then, since the provincial government has taken over the responsibility from the county with regard to our MCR, Municipal Comprehensive Review, and our official plan, and they haven't indicated when they're going to make those approvals, and I'm not sure what their actual process is, because they must be inundated with them. Is there any allowance, because I'm kind of sensitive to what Councillor Clark was saying. I know we can probably recalibrate in a year's time, but if the province should come back and say, hey, we don't really like your official plan or your comprehensive review, and we want you to do these things because they're going to match our plans to their objectives, is there any ability perhaps to reconsider the budget even sooner than after a year, so that we don't end up too far behind in budget planning? Sorry,
Mr. Mayor, could I weigh in, please?
Yes, go ahead, CAO Dunn.
Thank you. Through you to the deputy. Deputy, I would suggest two things. One, the potential changes, and I'm not certain if my colleague, Mr. Whitlib, is still there, but two things, Deputy. One, those changes that have been identified by the province that will impact many municipalities is not going to negatively impact Oro-Medonte in 23 and 24. Many of those development projects that are underway have been in process for almost a decade, Deputy. It's the longer term planning horizon, and I believe Sean in his presentation was going to give council the flavor of some of the infrastructure planning that is undertaken. That may very well change, and Nellie spoke about our consultant, the group that helps us with our DC plan. Watson and Associates would help us identify those financial impacts over the longer term planning horizon, not just 5 years, but perhaps 10. Deputy, I'm not certain that I provided better clarity. I was attempting to say there's a reconciliation in year one. We're going to have a budget endorsed at the end of Q1 this year, and we'll be back before you in Q1 next year. I think that will be a pretty quick turnaround from an update perspective. And I think you've heard from Nellie and from Derek previously, there's still an awful lot of things that are changing and will continue to change. Deputy, hopefully I provided some clarity.
Yeah, I think you have, and the root of the question was really what's the substantive component of the plan and the review. So I think it gives comfort to me, at least, and probably other members of council, and hopefully to the public who are listening, that there won't be any shock waves that could potentially arise. So thank you very much for that clarification.
If I may, through the mayor, Councilor of Watts, Derek Whitlib, if I could just add a little more color to that. Staff also do not anticipate that the adopted official plan of the township will be negatively affected. What staff have always contemplated and what we always knew was that upon what would have been the county's completion of phase 2 of the municipal comprehensive review, we would be back sometime after 2024 to update the township's official plan again to bring it in line with the completion of phase 2 of the municipal comprehensive review. Now, as we all understand it, that municipal comprehensive review will ultimately be completed or approved by through a process and approved by the province, presumably, rather than by the county. So, yes, we'll be back updating our official plan, perhaps in a manner slightly different. We don't know yet, but that's something we would account for down the road. So at this time, it's sort of status quo. We knew we'd be revisiting our official plan after 2024, and whether it's the county that completes the municipal comprehensive review or the province, that does not change the fact that we anticipated that we would be revisiting the official plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitlip.
Thank you. Councillor Young, you have a question?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, to Nellie. Nellie, when we had one of our first orientation meetings here, you and I sat over there, and I recall you saying something that you're going to end a practice or policy of ending something. Do you recall that conversation? You had decided that was going to end. I don't know, was disclosing? You don't recall that conversation, though, making that statement?
Through you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe something to do with the way we're reporting on a quarterly basis, how the structure we report on a quarterly basis might be slightly different than what was done in the past. But I do have to say that will be part of our actual budget deliberation as well. I will be providing an executive summary, which will be very similar to what you should be expecting from the township on a quarterly basis for financial updates on what the township is spending its money on and how it lines up with the budget.
Yeah, that was my concern, that where the money is being spent. And I know from financial records I've seen and that at no place does it ever indicate the amount that is being spent on legal costs, particularly through A and B. I don't know why that is. I mean, it's the taxpayers' money that's being spent, and even today we heard that given the cost of legislation and we have to be concerned about the budget, but would those figures be available to us? I have no idea. I don't think anybody on this panel has any idea, or council has any idea what we spend on legal fees. Would that be available to us or the general public, given this new era of transparency, something we all spoke about at the door when we were campaigning?
No,
Mr. Mayor,
I will chime in on that. I think, it's a good point. The purpose of this presentation is from 1,000 feet, just kind of a brief overview. And I think those are things that we can discuss during the budget deliberation times and process at that time. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, CAO Dunn. Did you have anything else?
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I was going to say we would certainly tease that out with council in those dates in March.
Yeah, no, perfect, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Young?
Just follow up on that. Would that be policy then or practice? And my understanding, we set policy. I only raise that only because, as Nellie has mentioned, that disclosure of expenses and that sort of thing. So that's the only reason I raised it. Thank you.
No, thank you for your comments, and I think that is something we can address at the time or during deliberations. Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Morrow? Well, I want to thank you very much, Ms. Morrow, for going through all that and answering all of our questions, and look forward to some intense days over the next month and change. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so now we'll move on to Mr. Binns, Operations of Community Services. I believe him and Justin are going to present the next deck, and then this is an important part because this is the biggest budget item we have.
So, Mr. Mayor, as Sean teeing things up, just to be clear, it's not a budget presentation, but you're correct, sir. Ops spends the lion's share of the dollars for the corporation. And there's a process that Sean has developed over the past number of years that tries to leverage getting out early in the game with respect to tender on infrastructure projects. And Sean's got it up, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Binns.
Thank you. Mr. Binns, Mr. Matris, thank you very much for coming, and look forward to us being educated.
Good evening, Council. For any members of the public that may be viewing, we are presenting a PowerPoint. The PowerPoint will be uploaded to the Council agenda and available. And I believe all of Council has a handout as well that you can refer to throughout the presentation. I'd like to first introduce Justin Metris. Justin Metris is our Manager of Infrastructure and Capital Projects, and I know a number of you have had interactions with you, and a lot of what we present or presenting to you tonight is under Justin's portfolio. So what we're here to do, we want to give you an overview of the draft 2023 capital roads and bridge infrastructure projects, but also the programs that we use to manage the infrastructure, as Mr. Dunn alluded to. We want to inform Council on the capital tender process and really look to expedite the advancements of the 2023 projects to tender in order to get the best market pricing. We've been very fortunate over the years to be a first mover. We do have a fairly large tender, and it has been advantageous to do that. You recall in your orientation, we talked about the significant increase in the asphalt price index, and it went up over 50% from the time that we went to tender last year to when the work was actually being completed. So that's pretty substantial on a $5+ million contract. The other thing is the projects do have a critical path, and it does take time to put it to tender, to get the submissions in, and then to report back to Council. So we want to expedite that. And then, as Ms. Morrow alluded to align the tender approval process with the finalization and adoption of the budget. So we do want to give you a bit of a snapshot just in terms of the picture and the state of the infrastructure in Oro-Medonte, starting with our road network. We have approximately 636 kilometers of roadway. And it's really undergone a fairly significant shift from 2007, where there was a really extensive road paving program that began. So you can see in 2007, we had 386 kilometers of hard surface roads and 226 kilometers of gravel roads. Fast forward to today, and we have 612 of hard surface roads and only 23 kilometers of gravel roads. So a pretty significant shift, both in the assets as well as the maintenance and the requirements associated with those changes. Our roads are our largest infrastructure class. They touch all aspects of, touch all of our residents in all aspects of their daily lives. And we do have a number of guiding documents. Ms. Morrow spoke about development charges and our asset management plan. Those are all driven by studies and master plans that we do at a departmental level. So our roads needs study was last done in 2019. Part of that also included a road system and operations report that is more of a master plan looking at the growth that's happening around us and ensuring that the type and classification of our roads meet what our future needs are going to require. And then lastly, which is still a work in progress, is our road standard, and that's really standardizing policy around levels of service and different policies. And you'll see some of those things as they come forward in some of the development applications where we're looking for things like site triangles and those things that again are for future planning of our road network. The next slide is really just a snapshot of our inventory and the different types of roadways. So you can see we have a small section of concrete road, very small percentage of gravel roads, asphalt, and surface treated roads. And I'll note, just going back to the previous slide, a lot of our hard surface roads were previously surface treated, and over the last number of years we've been working through upgrading those roads to an asphalt surface. This next slide is a good news story, and I think it really showcases the work that Justin and his team of one and a number of contractors, as well as our operations maintenance team have put forward in really improving the condition of our road network. So this is just a snapshot, and the PCI is a pavement condition index. You'll see us refer to that. It is a bit of a performance indicator that we can look at to determine the state of our infrastructure, and we do have that for a number of our asset types. And I think notably here from 2019 to 2022, I think council did approve a fairly significant investment in augmenting our 2021 and 2022 capital programs that allowed us to get out into the residential subdivisions across the township and address some of those vintage roads, or roads that are kind of the same vintage as me, the late 70s, early 80s, and upgrade a number of those roads. So that's really kind of what you're seeing, is that that 2-year program that's really bumped a lot of the fair and poor condition roads up to the excellent condition roads. So a little bit about our pavement management program. Our department became Operations and Community Services in 2017, really with an intent to increase the focus on infrastructure and asset management, and that led to the implementation of a pavement management program that has and continues to be a work in progress as it continues to evolve. So there's a number of components that are part of that: microsurfacing, crack sealing, patching, surface treatment, full-on reconstruction, as well as the maintenance programs that support that. Our focus in our contracts are contract administration, so ensuring quality and quantity control, optimization of the resources that we have available, and the establishment of a multi-year program and life cycle management. And that continues to be a work in progress, as you heard from Ms. Morrow. The infrastructure gap, I mean, that is here. It's all over the province. It's all over the country. But we do look to optimize the resources that are made available. So in terms of the roads needs study, again, just a quick snapshot of what the needs are. That 2019 study I referred to previously did identify improvement needs of 10 million per year for an optimal program, or 5.7 million per year to maintain our current practice. And we'll speak to that in greater detail when we get in asset management and levels of service. And An optimal program is really full reconstruction, so dealing with the base versus dealing with the surface. It's obviously significantly more expensive, but in terms of optimizing the resources that we have, our practice has been to deal with the surface and then deal with isolated base issues where we know that we have problems, that we'll deal with them that way. So you can see our average has been around 3.5 to 4 million a year, excluding the last 2 years where we had that significant increase. So just to kind of give you a bit of a snapshot of what that gap looks like, and then obviously that increases over time. As I mentioned, in 2020, Council did authorize the debenture of almost $4 million to augment our capital program, capitalizing on low interest rates, being able to close that gap a little bit, and to advance priority roads in residential areas. So how we build the capital program and the prioritization of our projects are a culmination of things. The pavement condition index that we spoke about, and the classification of the roadway. So that's predicated by the volume, how many vehicles are traveling on that road, and what the speed limit is, and that's also used to determine risk and our maintenance requirements under the provincial minimum maintenance standards. Tracking of complaints, I mentioned previously, optimizing the resources that we have available, and the projects that we are presenting to you are projects that those allocations have been identified in prior years' long-term financial plans. So that's really been the starting point, is, you know, what can we afford to do? And then we work from there and saying, okay, then how do we best optimize those resources? Deputy had questions about flexibility, and certainly that's part of our program, being flexible to adapt to changing needs. And we do try and manage our projects as a portfolio of projects, and they're stage gated. And, you know, if there's things that come up in a project that we've got costs that were unanticipated, then we look at that and manage that in the whole process and portfolio projects, not only in our department, but across the board. And then we look at aligning operational activities for drainage and roadside improvements, and also our plans with the plans of other agencies. So looking at what the county is doing, looking at when roads may be uploaded to the county, for example, when water main replacements are going to be done, like in the Sugarbush area. We don't want to be paving a road and then have the water department come in and put new water mains through the road after that. So those things are all kind of taken into consideration. As I mentioned, the funding has been identified through our long-term financial plan, looking at balancing needs against affordability. And as Ms. Morrow noted, funding does come from a variety of sources, specifically on capital development charges, federal gas tax allocation. We do get aggregate royalties that do go into a haul route reserve, and we've typically used those for our haul routes in the municipality, because those are roads that we do need to, it's a different standard, and the roads need to be built to a different standard, and therefore they're more expensive. Tax levy, and then debentures, and we've predominantly used debentures for funding our bridges and structures. So we do have, getting into the specific projects for paving, as I mentioned, our standard practice is to resurface. We typically place 6 inches of granular and 3 inches of new asphalt. Our tender is a quantity-based contract and includes provisions for culvert replacements where they're required. So the projects that we have drafted for 2023, we've done all of that field work. in terms of doing the estimates on the number of culverts, the width of the road, those quantity estimates to come up with the estimates that we're going to present to you. Residential driveway culverts are part of the projects. The culverts are the responsibility of the homeowner unless sizing or elevations are being changed as part of the drainage work. So we obviously want to coordinate our drainage projects with our capital projects, and typically we'll do that over a 2 or 3 year period. But there are notices, there's communication that goes out to ratepayers. Part of our field investigations will be reviewing culverts, and if they're deteriorated, then there'll be a notice to the homeowner. We'll change them, but there'll be a bill that will go to the homeowner, pardon me, as part of that project. If we're upsizing, then again, it would be a cost that the municipality would incur and be part of the project. Contract administration is provided through Justin and his team in infrastructure and capital projects, and do include a number of provisions for quality management based on the scope. So we will engage different consultants to do compaction testing, those types of things, depending on the nature of the job. And as I mentioned, the capital projects are managed within a portfolio in the approved allocation. So with quantity tenders, there is quite a bit of variation. So we may have one job that, we ran into something and required more granular. We may have other jobs that requires less. So we do balance that. They are estimates, and you'll see that when we report in our variance reporting. So now to walk through some of the specific paving projects for tender, and we have provided a larger map than what's in the printout as well. So I'll just walk through the projects, and again, these projects were determined and prioritized according to that list, and a number of them are continuity projects. So this first slide, Bass Lake Side Road, line 11 to line 12, 1516, line 5 to line 4, ski trails, Highway 93 to line 1, and then line 1 to line 2, and Warminster Side Road from line 9 through to 11, as well as 1516, line 10 to line 9, are all projects that have been continuity projects. So we've been doing a segment or multiple segments a year on those collector roads. The next slide, Algonquin Trail in Sugarbush, and this is one that I mentioned the phasing with water main replacement. So we've phased these projects along with the water project with 1 or 2 of the old vintage roads in the older part of Sugarbush. So Algonquin Trail, and then Beechwood Crescent and Maplewood Court, which is in Horseshoe Valley on the north side of Horseshoe Valley Road. Petherwin Place, which is at Bass Lake and 13, I believe, on the south side of Bass Lake. And then we have patching in a number of locations, and we do a lot of patching operationally as well, but these are large patches, anywhere from 50 to 250 meters. Pine Ridge Trail cul-de-sac construction. So this is a multi-year project as well. We did a design for that last year. The existing cul-de-sac's actually on private property. So we've been working with the property owner there to redesign and reconfigure that cul-de-sac, and it's actually been a really good relationship, but there is some timing that is kind of pushing this one to advance because it's one of those legacy issues that's been there. It was fine when it was a ski club. It's no longer a ski club, and it's somebody's driveway now. So so that's what that one's about. The Warminster intersection pedestrian signal. I think all of council has probably seen the situation there. There was an old crossing signal that was replaced by the MTO as part of the highway project a number of years ago. They replaced it with the signal that is there now. It's a PXO pedestrian crossing signal. communities really raised a significant concern around that crossing. We have a significant concern with that crossing. We actually engaged consultants that went out and pushed the signal and then recorded how many vehicles stopped. And there's over 50% of the vehicles that aren't stopping on a provincial highway when people are crossing the road. We've had a full court press on to the province about the province having responsibility to upgrade that signal. Unfortunately, we haven't had any traction. It's been over 2 years. We've undertaken the design last year, and we're recommending advancing with the construction of that signal this year. Warminster Side Road, again, designed to accommodate the growth in Warminster. It's a multi-year project. There's walkways involved in that as well, from Preston down to Danny McHugh Park, which connects into Merrington in that subdivision. And then the actual construction of that project would be, or the design of the roadway would be from Highway 12 to Town Line. And another growth-related project is looking at an active transportation plan for Craighurst. So as the development's coming on stream in Craighurst, looking at where sidewalks are going to be located and how we connect a number of the assets that Ms. Whitley spoke about in her presentation with the new developments. And there is a really old sidewalk in Craighurst now that's in pretty poor condition. So what do we do with that? There's a lot of topography. Would be laying out that plan that then again would feed multi-year capital plan and development charges. So that's our paving program. I want to speak to you a little bit about pavement preservation and really what we've been doing for pavement preservation. There's a number of different things you can do. What we've found to be optimal is a double application of microsurfacing. And what microsurfacing is it's a polymer modified asphalt that has an aggregate mixture in it, so it's very thin, goes on hard, and it simply seals the road. So what we get often is we'll microsurface a road, and then we may get emails from the public saying, why did you pave this road? It was just done, 8 years ago, and this one's in worse shape. And the intent is those roads, if you remember that PCI chart that we showed you, those roads that are at the bottom of the green and the yellow, by microsurfacing, which is less than half of the cost of resurfacing, we can get it back up to the top of excellent and gain anywhere from 7 to 9 years. So we don't have a number of really good candidates for that, but that's certainly something that we're going to continue as our program continues to build out, look at how we can better utilize that. So there are some stats there just in terms of some of the additional benefits. And the other part that goes along with that is crack sealing. And what crack sealing is, it's pretty self-explanatory. There's a rubber that gets put into the cracks, and it's really just to stop the water from entering the road. We did enter into a 2-year tender, and that's certainly one where we have those opportunities to do that. We do like to do multiple year tenders because there's some stability in price, and there's obviously an economy that's there for the contractor as well. Unfortunately, we can't do that with the volatility of asphalt pricing, but that's already in place for this year. So we do have some stability on the pricing for that. So our microsurfacing projects, we're looking at Line 8 North from Oldbury Road to Bass Lake Side Road. And our crack sealing has been done in quadrants. So we have a fixed budget. I think it's 20,000 meters that we do. So we break it up into quadrants in the municipality. So this year would be the southwest quadrant to do 20,000 meters in that area of the township. And then the last piece, second last piece, I believe, that I wanted to touch on is drainage projects. So Drainage is important for a number of reasons. It's important to get the water off the road, and we do have a number of drainage issues that you heard about earlier, and have probably witnessed as well. So that's kind of the next evolution, I think, of our pavement management program, is really focusing on drainage. Here's an inventory, and just to put it in a perspective, 630 kilometers of road, ditches on both sides, not all the time, but we're well over 1,000 kilometers of ditches, quite a bit of storm sewer, 900 plus road culverts. It's a big infrastructure portfolio. So our drainage system is comprised of ditches, storm sewers, natural water courses. We have a lot of springs naturally as well, predominantly around the lakeshore. And a lot of our drainage systems also have sump pumps. So where there's artesian wells and where there's water, that water is also likely, infiltrating into people's sump pumps, and then they're discharging into to our infrastructure. The impacts of poor roadside drainage obviously include capacity reductions. There's risks of flooding and erosion that can impact not only our road infrastructure, but neighboring lands, and as well as the environment. So a bit of a snapshot, and we don't have a drainage condition index, or at least I haven't heard of one yet, but just to give you a bit of a sense of what our drainage network does look like. We have a number of deficiencies throughout the township, resulting from a number of things. Changes to the roadway, so obviously the surface type is a big part of that. Looking at the drainage as well, and looking at drainage from a system view, because obviously it's a catchment area, and if you look at it from a local view, then you end up fixing one problem and creating a problem somewhere else. So there's some of those legacy issues that we've been trying to look at in terms of drainage studies and catchment areas. Changes to private lands and drainage on private property, so things like lock grading, those kinds of things. That's why we have those processes in place. We have a lack of formal ownership and easement of drainage infrastructure, and that's something that from a longer term perspective, we've been really working to try and get those easements and agreements in place. Number of legacy issues with historic plans of subdivision, connections that we have no record of where those connections came from. As soon as we put a bucket in the ground, we often find a whole number of things that we had no idea were there. Capacity to address drainage issues holistically versus reactively, and the frequency and severity of high intensity storms. We're seeing more and more of that, and we don't have capacity. Our systems weren't designed for that kind of capacity. So in terms of some of the remediation projects, for 2023, you'll see a lot of the projects, and when we present the capital plan, not only for roads, but for drainage as well, you'll see kind of a design build schedule, and then the drainage projects align with our capital projects as well. So down along the lakeshore, line 12 to 13, designing the outlets for that drainage catchment area. Shoreline Drive, line 13 to lakeshore. Design, Grandview Crescent, which we've been doing quite a bit of work on over the last couple of years. The design of a number of drainage outlets there. Line 2 south from Arborwood down to Lake Simcoe, a design. Lakeshore Road 5 to 7, the study, the construction of a drainage outlet on Wilson Street, and a culvert design on line 1. So those are the major projects. On top of that, our operations department does a number of operating projects as well that it's all done in-house, so we don't budget for those as projects, but Carla Musso Garcia, our manager of operations, that I think everybody's had an opportunity to meet. Carla and her team have done a fantastic job of really kind of moving the bar in our drainage program. So our bridge and structure inventory, we had 50 bridges and structures over 3 meters. Justin just confirmed that the county's actually taking 3 of them. So that's actually going to, is it 4? Okay, 4 of them. So we're down to 46, which will probably bump our bridge condition index up a little bit. If you think of the cost of replacing one structure at over $1 million, that's a bit of a bonus today. So there is a legislative requirement for us to inspect each of the structures biannually, and those inspections are undertaken in accordance with what's called the Ontario Structure Inspection Manual that we refer to as OSIM. And they really look at bridges over time, monitor their condition, identify any deficiencies, maintenance needs, or additional studies on a structure by structure basis. So it does give us a tool, and a tool that not only Oro-Medonte can use across the province, so we can monitor our asset performance against other municipalities. The next slide's just an inventory of the different types of structures that we have. And then our bridge condition index. And you can see we're in pretty good shape. Obviously, your bridges and structures have a fairly significant life cycle, but we've got very few that are in the poor section now. We've got a number that are in the fair, and quite a few that are in the good. And like roads, maintenance then can move some of the fair into good or keep them in the fair category for longer. So those are things that we look at and those OSIM inspections look at. So again, just to give you a bit of a snapshot, you'll see the trend in picture from 2017 over to 2022. Again, happy to report we're moving in the right direction. They are expensive assets, and as I alluded to previously, we have had to rely on debenture funding. But the good news is the last bridge inspection report identified about 1.5 million in bridge work within the immediate time frame, and 2.7 in the 1 to 5 year time horizon, and that's significantly less than what we've been spending probably over the last 3 years. That's not to say that things can't change and things deteriorate and we have to deal with that. That's certainly happened in the past, but I think we're in pretty good shape with our condition and current situation. And again, our infrastructure requirements, those levels of service, will be something that will continue to be a work in progress when we look at our asset management plan. So we do have 2 specific projects for bridges. One is on line 13 south of 1516, the other Dunn's line north of Highway 12, which is design. Part of our bridges and structures and our road safety systems is guide rail and barriers. And we prioritize these from a risk management perspective. Our OSIM report does provide a review of the current situation, what the needs are. So across the township, our roadside safety improvement needs are in excess of 2 million. We've been spending about 250,000 a year on guide rail projects. Looking at replacements as kind of first priority where there's deficiencies, and then new installations again from a risk perspective. So you can see there's 4 structures that we're looking at for 1 replacement of a deficient system and 3 new installations, as well as the engineering for the 2024 projects. So in terms of next steps and action, staff will proceed in obtaining market pricing through tender. or other means for the 2023 capital projects as outlined, and that does take probably a month to get those back and then generate a report, and that'll be aligned with our budget. So we'll report back to council following the result of the procurement for approval and award of those contracts. And in terms of next steps, just to give you a bit of a sense of project governance and what that looks like, and I did speak to how we manage our projects, but how we'll communicate with you in the oversight and governance of those projects. To implement a communication program following the approval of our capital budgets and contract awards. So we do put together project construction notices that will notify council, will notify residents when those projects and programs will begin. It's not something that we can do kind of right away, and a lot of the time it does need to be dynamic because contractors have a number of different projects on the go. So once we get them nailed down, then we'll send those out. Typically 2 weeks. We like to give 2 weeks. Sometimes it's a little bit less than that. And then finalization of our required permits and plans, the development of those project schedules. I mentioned the construction notices, implementation of projects, and we will provide you updates through our monthly corporate project report, and then our quarterly financial variance report that will track any of the variances associated with the projects. And we do have some projects that are a little more intrusive than just what would be a typical road paving project. And those projects, for any infrastructure project, we do look to do, whether it's a public information center or some sort of opportunity for the public to ask questions. It's not really to provide input on the scope of work, but it is to share what's going on, address any concerns, and that process happens as well through the construction notices, that there is a staff lead that's identified, and there's with any project some concerns, and the biggest part is just, I think, having residents understand what's going on, what'll be taking place, and how it's going to impact them. So that's our presentation. I know there's a lot there. We wanted to provide you an overview of how we're managing the infrastructure portfolio, and to advise on next steps, and that we would be going out to tender for these projects. We'll also report back on the multi-year project. I think the last point I'd like to make is there's been a lot of work in drafting the 2023 projects, and I'm sure you want to see the multi-year program and understand how that works. I think my recommendation is, given where we're at and our timing, that we proceed with the 2023 projects. I mentioned the field work that's gone into building those projects. To try and add additional projects now would be difficult to do in a way that we'd be able to kind of accurately scope the things that need to be scoped. But that opportunity will be there, I think, with the multi-year program to look at that and understand how all of the projects interconnect, because there is a lot of interconnections there as well. So happy to take any questions.
Mr. Mayor, could I just
Robin
double
had his
down on
hand
one piece from Mr. Binns? Sean, that was an awesome presentation. Justin, you did an excellent job in that. But Mr. Mayor, this was a hybrid presentation by Sean, primarily to do two things. He wasn't preempting the budget process that we're dealing with in March, but the discussions between Mr. Binns and I, council needed to have confidence on the process that Ops and Community Services use from a prioritization on those infrastructure projects. And we do need to get those tender responses out the door. So it does line up with what Ms. Morrow identified from budget deliberations. And you'll see perhaps, Sean, with a little more granularity, some of the pieces through 24 and the rest of the planning horizon. But these projects, Mr. Mayor, pending the good work of Justin and Brad on the estimates, will come back, and there'll be a number of reports that would come back looking for council endorsement on the award of the tender, and those would align with the endorsement, the ratification of the budget, and the allocations to be able to do that work. So I just wanted to double down on it's not Nellie provided municipal budgeting 101. MPAC was great in explaining how we get tax revenue from homes. Sean has identified the prioritization process, the rigor that goes into looking at individual projects and going out to tender, and that's what this was all about. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Council, any questions for Mr. Binns or Justin? Councilor Clark.
Thank you so much, Justin and Mr. Binns. That was fantastic, highly detailed. My only question is not, I'm sure everyone in here has specific concerns for their ward, so I'm going to leave that for another time. But is there any way for us to retroactively get those costs back for that signal that we're investing on the provincial side? Like, if it's their road, I know it's been a tough ask already, but you're doing the right thing, I think, of protecting our residents by putting that investment in. But is there any way to retroactively say, hey, this is your road, we invested in it, can you split some of the costs with us?
There may be a way. We've literally tried everything, and I mean, it's pretty hard to argue the stat that 50, I mean, we peer review you with somebody pushing the button. It wasn't modeling that was done. That's a pretty hard statistic to argue. But at the same time, we are a child of the province, essentially, right? So I think we'll continue to work with the province and see if those opportunities exist. And certainly as members of council, that advocacy work with the province would go a long way.
No. Just to add to Mr. Binns' comments, the previous council, I know we had a session with Minister Mulrooney a year ago. And it's not from the lack of trying of the previous council. They and even the council before that, this has been an issue for a long time. Unfortunately, I believe Hillsdale has the same concern with a crossing on a provincial highway, but we so far we haven't been successful, but it's not doesn't mean that we won't stop trying. Any other further questions? Councillor Young. There you go. There's your card.
Yeah, I don't have any questions for you, Sean. I just want to commend you on your efficiency in getting back to me. I know I've asked you for a number of things lately because of the position you hold. And again, just want to say thank you. I know that even before I was elected, you were being the same way, and I complimented by a letter at that time as well. So again, it's you're very timely, you're very efficient, and getting back to me, and of course that reflects favorably on us as councillors in our ward. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I believe all of council echoes the same thing of you and your department that have been nothing but stellar. Deputy Mayor Lavoie, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Binns, first of all, line 9, it seems to be becoming a bit of a haul road. Is that incorporated in the plans going forward?
Referring through you, Your Worship, to the deputy, are you referring to line 9 between Oldbury Road and Bass Lake Side Road, or?
Yeah, I believe there's some pits up in that area, and they come down through Oldbury Road, and then I presume on down through line 9 to enter onto the highway.
Mr. Metras, if you could use the mic, please.
Through Your Worship, to the deputy. Line 9 haul route ends at Oldbury Road. They typically turn east or west onto Oldbury Road. There are signs indicating that the haul route does not go all the way through. So there hasn't really been an issue there.
Okay, thank you very much. And I suppose one factor in the deterioration of roads would be the speed at which vehicles travel. Would that be a correct assumption?
A small factor.
Yeah, it's a very, very small factor.
Very small factor until they have to.
It's more the weight of the vehicles
Okay.
that
All right.
is the
Fair
issue.
enough. Until they have to de-accelerate, I suppose.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Because I just wondered if there was any plans for further speed controls or anything like that that could be incorporated that might help offset costs, but if speed is not a significant factor, then that's not important. The only other suggestion perhaps is, I know that a lot of private corporations do climate change impact studies to understand to understand what the potential loss of their infrastructure or plant operations are, or whatever it is that they do. And I wonder if we've done any of that. And it certainly is, I think, a concern in areas that are prone to flooding, because there's a lot of residential property value that people might see as this being beneficial to them in some factor, and it might help us design longer term plans. But I'm certain that such undertakings are not inexpensive, but they could be of value maybe in segmented areas. Just a thought,
Mr.
a
Mayor,
suggestion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I reply to the deputy?
Yes, please go ahead.
Michelle Jacoby is still dialed in, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Ms. Jacoby has been integral to being our lead on some of those discussions. Perhaps Michelle could provide a quick response to the deputy's query. And it is an awfully big initiative. Michelle, could you provide just a little bit of background on that work that you're involved in, really high level, Michelle?
Certainly. There's different levels of climate change strategies and plans across Ontario, depending, on the size of the urban center, the municipality, or the city. We've looked at climate change action plans and strategies, and I would think that you'd see that come forward in the next couple of years while you're in office. But again, the extent of it varies, the cost varies, and really, given our combination of rural and urbanized infrastructure, it is a bit of a tough challenge for us to look at it from a wholesome perspective. But looking forward, I see that work happening in the future, and it'd be in association with operations and other departments as well.
And if I could just add to that, the drainage studies, that process of the system view versus a local view is exactly why we do those things. So to look at the capacity, to look at the 100-year storm and design not only for the immediate need, but the future need. So that's part of the drainage projects that we're doing. And we did have a fairly significant storm in 2020, and there was a lot of homes that were impacted. And you'll notice the work that we've done quite a bit of work in drainage since 2020, knowing those problem areas. But again, we try and look at it from the system and then design accordingly.
And if I could also add, we've done some climate change work as well with greenhouse gases with operations. It's more related to facilities and water pumping stations, though.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have anything else, Deputy Mayor?
Just to say thank you very much for your answers. Thank you.
No, perfect. Any other questions for Mr. Binns or Justin at this point in time? Seeing none, thank you both for a great presentation, all the detail, and look forward to budget deliberations and getting you the funding that you need to move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so if everyone's good for 10 to 15 minutes max, I think we're on the home stretch. So everyone's comfortable to move forward at this point? Okay, so we will go to I believe, Madam Clerk, just to make sure we jumped around a bit, item 15, consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a motion with respect to the
Oh, sorry, my
presentations.
apologies, you're correct. Could we have the motion for item 12A, parts 1, 2, and 3, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the report as listed under item number 12, reports of municipal officers for information only, be received.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Now on to item 15, consent agenda. Madam Clerk, may I have a consent agenda motion, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the staff recommendations with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 16, communication petitions. 16A has been withdrawn per applicant's request. So could we have a motion, please, for item 16B, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the correspondence from Whitney Walsh, Vice President, Crime Stoppers of Simcoe, Dufferin, Muskoka, request to proclaim January 2023 as Crime Stoppers Month and flag raising event be received. That the month of January 2023 be proclaimed Crime Stoppers Month and posted on the township's website. That the request for a flag raising ceremony at the township's administration building be approved and arranged in accordance with the township's flag etiquette policy, and that the applicant be advised of council's direction under the mayor's signature. Mr. Mayor, the flag is already flying.
Yes, no, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Notice of motions. Do we have any? Councillor Clark?
Hi, Mr. Mayor, I intend to bring a motion forward at our next council meeting to look at the process of having our council live streams remain on YouTube for an extended period of time rather than the 2 weeks under the current bylaw.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, you've noted that motion coming forward.
I have, Mr. Mayor, and I'd just like to say that we are undertaking a procedural bylaw amendments. They won't be done for a few months, so I'm happy to see this one be expedited in this manner.
Okay. Well, I guess my question would be, when you say a few months, would it be before the end of May? I'm just wondering how, or is it the fall or spring we're looking at?
Hopefully, yes, before May.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And there's no need for a motion for that item, I believe, or is there need to be one?
No, Councillor has just given Council the courtesy notice. The motion will come forward next in the agenda as a written notice, and then on February 22nd, the motion will be on the floor for discussion.
Thank you very much. Item 18 is bylaws. There are no motions required, as there are no new bylaws there. Item 19, closed session, we finished that. Item 20, may we have the confirming bylaw motion, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-006, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, January 25th, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, being engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. And the motion for adjournment, and just let the public know before we do that, our next meeting will be February 8th, will be the next council meeting. And so that said, could we have the motion to adjourn, please? Oh, my apologies, Councillor Young.
Yeah, I'd just like to, as Dave did, can I announce something I want on the next council meeting here?
A motion coming forward?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, would that be okay at this point, or if we pass that?
It can wait if procedurally if we pass that.
I'll rely on your expertise, Madam Clerk, if we defer it until the next meeting, or
Well, it depends on its urgency, but we can refer back. We can go back.
Is it, would it be okay to leave it until the next meeting, or would you?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, perfect, thank you. Therefore, Madam Clerk, may I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 8:27 p.m.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much for everybody, and look forward to seeing you on February 8th.